I have some announcements here regarding our total load which we have here. We have one new bill that came to us this just today. It's SB 218. HB 218 is a bill that's referenced establishing an early educator professional development grant program. That is what we call an early bill. So we're going to have to get that out by the early bill deadline. Which is it's in committee. What's that early date? I don't have a calendar in front of me. What's the early date for us? It's May 11th. So that bill has to be out by May 11th. We also have another early bill as well. That's 151, which we'll be hearing this morning. That is an early bill as well. And that will be the second bill which we discussed this morning. That deals with relative to mental health education. So we have two early bills, a total of 16 bills in education for this spring, which is a relief that we didn't get any more than that. So that's added on to what we have. We're a little bit less than what we had last year, where we had 39 bills. Okay, so we're just waiting for our clerk to arrive here. As I said, we have the first bill up is going to be today is 135. That's relative to alternative dispute resolution in special education. So I think we're going to go ahead and start hearing that. And when the clerk gets in here, Representative Ford, would you please just take notes as far as there's one sheet there which I had out. Oh, here she is. Okay, we're good.
Just
Yeah. No, it's. It'd be on the other side. This is all daisy chain, so that will have to look. Why don't you speak in yours and see what you got?
Is mine good or bad? Mine's fine.
Oh, microphone check. Testing 1, 2.
Is that crackling?
Testing.
Yours is very correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Testing.
Got two up here.
Check. Testing 1, 2. Crackling. Is it good?
Testing.
Okay.
We're good. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and open up the hearing process for today, being April the 11th. We have the first bill, which is SB 135, relative to alternative dispute resolution in special education. And Senator Ward, who is busy downstairs, has her administrative assistant here. Is that your capacity, Daly?
Majority Caucus Director.
Majority Caucus Director. Okay, welcome. And that's Frenette?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. My name is Daley Fournette, and I am the Senate Majority Caucus Director. I am here today to introduce Senate Bill 135 on behalf of Senator Ward. When parents and school districts are in conflict over the provision of special education, the law provides for alternative dispute resolution in the form of neutral, conference, and mediation. The implementation of the alternative dispute resolution processes fall within the purview of the Department of Education's Office of Dispute Resolution and Constituent Complaints. The department's alternative dispute resolution processes are flexible, confidential, and informal processes in which an impartial third party assists parents and school districts to resolve a conflict. The trained alternative dispute resolution officer's goal is to help the parties to explore the issues and ultimately, where possible, to resolve the issues. The goal throughout is to open up communication and reduce conflict between the parties. Senate Bill 135 would add in a provision that would allow for a continuance of the relevant process if mutually agreed to by the parties. This will provide for more flexibility in scheduling sessions as the current 30-day limitation can hinder successful resolution. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I will defer any questions to members of the department who are in attendance today.
Thank you. I do have a copy of your testimony there, which we could submit for the
Yeah,
record.
absolutely.
Great, thank you. I
Thank you.
suspect we do have the department here, so if we have questions, perhaps we ought to direct them in that area. The next person is Stephen Berwick. Thank you. Yep. There's Stevens. So we have a combination here. Good morning. Good morning, Diana.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Is your mic on?
It is now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you might just direct it towards you though.
Yeah.
That's okay. Don't worry about that.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Administrator of the Office of Dispute Resolution and Constituent Complaints for the Department of Education. Part of my role includes administering the alternative dispute resolution process for the Department of Education and State Board of Education. New Hampshire's alternative dispute resolution processes are meant to be flexible, confidential, and informal processes, which in partial third party assists parents and school districts to resolve a conflict, and sometimes educators as well. Alternative dispute resolution sessions can be done through mediation as part of a due process hearing, standalone mediation, neutral conference, and a third party discussion led by moderator. The goal is to help parties to explore the issues and ultimately, where possible, to resolve the disputes. They may bring an attorney with them to any of the alternative dispute resolution processes. Parents and guardians may also bring an advocate, supported decision maker, or anyone else that they feel will be a support with them if they choose to do so. Sometimes what this does is it causes the timelines to end up needing to be extended because you have so many people that want to be part of the mediation. The desired outcome throughout is to open up communication, reduce conflict between the parties, and ultimately for the parties to resolve the problem and put their agreement in writing. The change in language to Senate Bill 135 to include the opportunity for parties to mutually agree to continue a schedule would be beneficial to the parties. There are times when one day of mediation, for example, does not afford the parties enough time to resolve the dispute. For example, a second day of mediation beyond the established 30-day window may be all that is needed to resolve the dispute. Additionally, parties are often accompanied by counsel who, for whatever reason, previous case or court commitments, is unavailable for dates previously agreed to by the parties. Other times, a reschedule beyond the statutory 30-day timeframe may be required due to a necessary expert or school official on leave or other required commitments, or a parent with work or family constraints. Sometimes a follow-up session or sessions is necessary to hammer out details on especially difficult cases involving IEP, individualized education plans, placement, and compensatory services. There are instances where parties are in agreement on a placement of program, but before final signatures can be applied, to the final agreement, they are waiting on expert reports or openings to an approved non-public school placement that may take more than 30 days. The change to RSA 186C23 would remedy those challenges to the limitations of the 30-day timeframe.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Anything else from department?
I'm really just playing the role of a potted plant. It's really nice when Stephen and I work together, and he's just so incredibly competent. There's not much more for me to say or do here. But I think it's great when the department has the opportunity to bring people forward to these committees so that you can see the faces behind all the hard work. Stephen has done an amazing job building up this program and facilitating this program, and he's happy to answer any questions that this committee may
Thank you.
have.
I do have one.
Sure.
When we have to go this route to get some resolution, by the term parties, who are the parties? Who's bringing this forward? The school district or the mediator? Can you explain what your definition of parties is?
Sure, that's a fair question. Generally speaking, it's parents are party and the school district. So they're the two main parties to the hearing to the mediation. A lot of times mediation is through the due process hearing process, but a lot of times it's standalone as well. And they can have neutral conference, moderator session, or mediation. It depends upon what they want. So back to the initial question, yes, party is largely the parents, the student, and the school district. So those would be the parties.
Is the legal advice being given to the parent part of the party? Or in other words, if the attorney can't be there at the scheduled time, is that cause for moving this beyond the 30 days?
Yes, that does happen a lot where parent attorneys are unavailable, and so they ask for continuance. However, that's also true that school district attorneys sometimes need an extension because they're not able to make it on that time. Having said that, when they file the request for mediation, if it's standalone mediation, they are requested to provide 3 to 4 mutually agreed upon dates. And then with those dates, we reach out to whoever the person is that's going to be the mediator, the neutral, or the moderator to see whether they can meet on those dates. And if so, it gets scheduled. So what happens with the request for continuances sometimes comes about after it's already been scheduled. Maybe because of the question about, largely these are placement issues. There could be assessment issues, whether the child needs a different coding. So there's a variety of reasons why they reschedule. It's not something that we like at the department because we like to have things done as soon as possible, but this is for the parties. That's the reason we're bringing it forward for parents as well as school districts.
Thank you, Stephen. Are there questions, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and taking my question. I really have 3 questions. One is, who are the mediators during these sessions? 1. 2, how many incidents how many of these interventions do you have in a given year? And what % of those interventions need this extended period of time?
So the mediators also act as hearing officers, but if they are assigned as mediators, they will not be the hearing officer in the case. Currently, we have 6 individuals. They're all attorneys. And some of them have been with us for a number of years. Some are new. Contract is coming up in July, so we'll have an additional, and then 2, well, actually, 1 has passed away. We'll have 1 less, 2 less, actually. In terms of, what was the second question?
How many of these types of matters come forward every year?
I would say we have about 30 to 40 alternative dispute resolution. I can get those numbers to you.
That's fine. Thank you.
And I would say that the majority, like how many actually need a continuance?
Percentage-wise.
The percentage-wise, how many need a continuance? Probably 85 to 90%.
Really?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I think the the heart of this that I don't fully understand is that if there's, because the way the law reads as currently, we're talking about students whose parents have rejected either an IEP, educational placement, identification, or evaluation of a child. So I'm trying to understand, is this something that is utilized when the school wants to move forward with these and the parent does not want any of these? Or is it more along the lines of the school wants to move forward and the parents want to move forward but with a different plan?
So I think largely it's initiated by parents because they want something that the school district does not want to agree to. And so under the law, they have a right to mediation through due process hearing, as well as standalone. So for example, a parent wants their child to not be placed in the school district. They want their child to go to another school that may be better, an outside placement. And that would be subject to a mediation. Or, for example, the IEP, there's something that the parent wants in the IEP or some services, and the school district says no. Or reading specialists or things like that. And so parent, that can be open for mediation. What we try to do, because the federal government, the U.S. Department of Education, is really keen on trying to negotiate instead of going through a full due process hearing, that whenever you have the opportunity to try to negotiate to resolve disputes, that's their goal. And we at the state have to set goals every year to what, 80% of the cases need to be mediated. That's the goal of the federal government. That's not necessarily what occurs.
Sure. If I may, because I think I heard the important answer, and I want to make sure I heard it correctly. So these are initiated by parents, not by schools.
No, they're by parents and schools, but largely by parents that have a dispute with the school district because the school district does not want to, for example, pay for a placement or reading specialists or special assessment, outside. I'm not an expert with special ed, so I just have to be,
Either
let you.
party can
Yeah,
file
but
for
other
a hearing.
yeah.
Either party, but in large part, what we see are parents filing.
If I may, just once more, just to clarify further. So the circumstances under which a school might file to go through this process, would it be a circumstance perhaps where a parent does not want their child evaluated or placed in an IEP program, but the school wants to move forward with it and negotiate with them towards that end?
No, sometimes what happens is that, like for example, there is a safety issue. The school district may request a hearing, and mediation could be part of that. But largely, these are. I have to be cautious because I'm not again, Natasha Lupiani, my colleague that handles special ed complaints, is the expert in special ed. I do everything. So I can't, I do manifest educational hardship, I do all kinds of regular education issues, but special education is not my forte. Although, clearly as an administrator overseeing the hearings process, I have that role. I will say that what I see largely are IEP issues, service issues, placement, and it's largely parents that are requesting.
Thank you.
Representative Cascadden, do you have a question?
Just wanted to add that it's not necessarily in the special ed situation. It's the school district tries to develop a program or provide personnel that's going to meet the needs of that child for them to make progress. And if the parents have their mindset on something totally different, that's where you need a hearing officer. But generally, the school really bends over backwards to accommodate the needs of the child, but the parents might have an idea that the needs of the child are something different. So, and no evaluation can be done without parent permission. So just wanted to add that.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you both for being here on a Monday morning. We've had discussions about who are allowable participants in an IEP meeting. Have there been issues as to who can participate in mediation discussions? Thinking particularly, you mentioned about the parents can bring an activist, an advocate, or a lawyer. Have there been issues in that regard that you're aware of?
So we changed the form and added a box on the form for all of our alternative dispute resolution processes that parents can sign. I want to attend mediation with an attorney, or I want to have a mediation, for example, without an attorney. And the hope of that is that then the school district may see that and say, well, if they're not going to bring an attorney, we won't. But we can't require that. The answer is they can bring whomever they wish. So if they want to have an advocate, or if they want to have their grandparent, and sometimes that's happened before, they can bring whomever they want. They just, at the initiation of a mediation, will request that they file the paperwork that states who the parties are, and then who is going to be with the parties to speak.
Yes.
I just wonder, can we get a copy of that form?
Sure.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
And I don't have any other pink cards up here on SB 135. So with that, I'm going to close the hearing. And we will be opening up SB 151 in about 8 minutes. We're going through one of these up in Havel right now where the parent wants a different type. Okay, we're going to go ahead with this hearing. It's SB 151. Relative to mental health education, and I welcome Senator Waters.
Well, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Nice to see you all. I'm Senator David Waters from District 4 to introduce Senate Bill 151 relative to mental health education. The bill simply adds mental health explicitly to our adequate education statutes on sound wellness and health. And let me just give a little background about how this bill came to be. It certainly is in part a response to what we're hearing from our schools and from our youth about increasing issues, not just from COVID times, because these have been some trend lines about issues around mental health that have been noticed in our schools. And you know, we know that about 1 in 6 United States youth experience a mental health disorder each year. We've dealt with issues of bullying, certainly, in the legislature. That contributes. We know the tragic statistics about youth suicide and attempted suicides. And if you look to the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, you get a little finer grid on what our students are reporting. 34% felt sad or hopeless, 18% seriously considered suicide, 7% attempted suicide. These are affected by the substantial rates we have in the state of substance misuse, drugs and alcohol. And 23% experience bullying on campus, 10% experienced sexual violence, 7% were physically forced to have sexual intercourse. So these are factors, and you know, there's a lot of difficulties that our youth are facing. And we do teach health in schools, and so it seems that schools are a very effective and efficient place in order for us to make sure that we're providing students with the understanding they need of mental health disorders, but also so they can recognize these issues in themselves and perhaps in their peers. I've gone to school in some ways on the peer-to-peer programs. Dover, for example, Dover High has a student club where they do daily check-ins with other students and ask the kind of questions about how you doing today, and they are trained to understand what some of the signs may be, and they can offer some conversation or some reference to help that students might be able to get if they're having certain feelings or having had certain experiences. I think particularly because of the contributing factor of drug and alcohol misuse disorders, which are high in this state. I serve on the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and other drugs, and we regularly do fund groups in the schools that try to help with peer-to-peer counseling and educational programs and those factors. So as we all know, mental health and other factors are combined here. One of the real inspirations for this has been, in some ways, the governor's leadership. He had conversations with his Governor's Youth Advisory Commission, and they brought up the issue of what they're hearing about mental health. And the governor was particularly concerned and asked the council to look into mental health issues and to, in their report to him, to make some recommendations about what could be done to address mental health education in the schools. So that report was sent to the governor in accordance with his desire to work on this. And again, I want to emphasize, because of my work with the governor on alcohol and other drugs and mental health issues, that this is something that he's really concerned about for our youth. And so that's the origin of the bill. So let's turn to the bill itself, and I'll just talk through the approach that is taken. I think it's going to be very helpful to us to have mental health here in these two places in adequacy. Yes, under education rules, there is a discussion of mental health in the health curriculum. But what was reported in the investigations that the Governor's Youth Advisory Council did at the behest of the governor was that it was very spotty as to whether mental health was being treated in health education, whether the teachers had adequate information and capacity to teach it, whether they had accurate information, up-to-date information on the issues that the youth are facing. So as we've done with other aspects of adequacy, having it in here and then directing that there be a curriculum made available is a way to make sure that we're helping our students. Then what it asks here is for the department to make the rules, and you'll see there's a rather comprehensive list here of the issues that emerge around mental health, so that the curriculum that is provided can provide good, accurate information for the schools on these subjects. The bill was also structured this way, kind of looking back to what we did on child sexual abuse prevention education. We're wanting to avoid an unfunded mandate on our local schools. We took this similar path. And though on a different subject, a couple of years ago, the chairman and I worked on outdoor recreation being included in adequacy, but the same pattern. It was not requiring the local school districts to bear the expense of developing that curriculum, but established a pattern whereby it could be done in cooperation with the community college system and other folks as well. So that was the model here, to have the rulemaking that would be done. And I'll talk a little bit more about the fiscal note in a moment. And I think very importantly, at the bottom of the first page here, the parental consent. I'm really very grateful to Senator Gendro and Senators Lang in Senate Education, along with the other members there, who said, look, let's button this up about parental rights. You know, we already have in statute, as you see here, that parents have to be able to have the right to opt into this, or, you know, into this curriculum. And so the idea, as you'll see in the bold there at the very end, this paragraph shall specifically apply to any course material on mental health. Now, one might say that's a little redundant, but I think it's useful. I mean, I you know, having been a parent myself, and parental consent, parental rights, we have a lot of conversation about that. And I think particularly in this area, that's important to have. You know, make sure that the parents know, and parents want their children to have good mental health education, but they want to know what that's going to involve and whether, you know, how their own family beliefs and culture would feel about that. So that's what's there in the substance of it. Let me talk about the fiscal note. And you know, I want to start with saying this bill derived from a lot of conversations with Commissioner Ada Blue and others, with NAMI and various folks about, and with the Governor's Youth Advisory Council about how do we do and what do we include. And I really appreciate the guidance of Commissioner Ada Blue and others on how to get this bill to a place that it would work for the Department of Education. I will say that I had not anticipated the fiscal note. That's why I had not put an appropriation in here. I wanted to avoid any unfunded mandate, and thought there would not be necessarily such a cost in finding available curricula online that then could be posted as a link for educators to use with some guidance, as I said we've done before. Since the time the additional conversations with Department of Education about the cost, and just to note, it came through Senate Finance. We knew about this unanimously, as well as the Policy Committee. And since that time, I started to look around and see, okay, what is being provided out there across the country. And you may have a letter from Meet Marrow, and that is one company I've had some conversation with that provides online curriculum and education for teachers in how to deliver that curriculum. And they have a capacity in what they do to tailor and to look at what state statute is, what are required, what they can do, what they can't do, and to tailor any curriculum they offer electronically to the actual requirements of the state. There are other places to do this. So I think the opportunity is there. And I've had conversation with a member of Senate Finance. We have, in the House, we have an add-on list where things that emerge between the beginning of the budget and when the Senate deals with it, we have add-ons, and I have the conversation about, we'll put this on the add-on list so that that funding can be provided into the budget. That said, I will say that I think it's a small price to pay for mental health education. If we can help one student not contemplate suicide or act on those feelings, if we can help some students deal with substance misuse or disorder, or help students deal with the other issues that they're seeing, or with their peers. I think that we've done something very good. And also, mental health education, like health education, is lifetime education, isn't it? The skills that they're going to learn in school will help them for the rest of their lives. So sorry to go on so long, Mr. Chairman, but I wanted to kind of address each of those issues.
Thank you very much. Before I take any questions, I do have one. I'm trying to determine where the line is here between the responsibilities of the school psychologist and that of the classroom teacher. Now, I looked at ED 306, that's our education rules for, and it says school psychologists shall provide comprehensive psychological services throughout various environments, and it goes on and it identifies those. And the school psychologist is also trained, of course, and a member of the National Association of School Psychologists, as it's referenced in ED 306, which has principles for professional ethics. These individuals are very well qualified, and that's to deal with students with mental issues. And I agree that mental issues in our schools is growing, and it's an issue that has to be addressed. Is this bill opening up the door, however, to allow a classroom teacher to take on some of these responsibilities that they're not trained for? And that's my question.
Yeah,
And how can we find out where that line is so that we don't end up with teachers saying, well, I was just trying to address this basic component of an adequate education. And then somebody coming back saying, well, you don't have the skill to do that.
Yeah. Thanks for your question. And it really is an essential question. And I'll say a couple things about it. I think education and treatment are absolutely different, and there should be a bright line between the two. And the school psychologist is someone who I think is there to help students find treatment. This is about education for understanding what mental health is. It's about education for understanding some of the kind of issues that you may notice in yourself or in others, and to give you a way of each of those topics there to understand what psychological impacts may be about that. If someone exhibits a condition or feels that they are troubled by a condition, that's not for a teacher. Heavens no. It's for the school psychologist. School psychologist is not going to be able to teach how many thousands of students or hundreds of students of a curriculum in the classroom. So I think I agree with you. If you feel that there's necessary to add a line here that says that curriculum shall not involve, nor shall teachers be involved in the advising or treating of students for mental health issues, of course. But it's like we have health education. I mean, there are physical therapists, right? That somebody on the football teams gets hurt, the physical therapist, but they're not doing the health education for them. So I think it's kind of an equivalent there, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Representative Myler.
Thank you, Representative Ladd, and thank you for taking my question. I want to kind of follow up on the previous question. First of all, thank you for bringing this bipartisan bill before us today. How do you respond to those who say mental health should not be an issue within schools? You kind of indicated that teachers aren't qualified to be mental health professionals, et cetera. So how do you respond to that, Senator?
Well, thanks for the question. And whether we want it to be in the schools or not, mental health issues are affecting our students. And as an educator, no matter what it really, we're talking about health education, but any kind of education, I think our idea is to provide the tools in adequate education that a student is going to need to succeed academically, but also with life skills. That's why we do outdoor recreation. That's why we do wellness, right? So I think that it's inevitable, but also, as I suggested earlier, the school is a very good place to provide this education. And, we heard very strongly from students that the teaching that is being done now under existing rules is not adequate. In some cases, we heard from students who in their entire time in school had never had any instruction in mental health and precious little in other kinds of health or wellness. So I think we can improve that without expecting teachers to be experts in mental health treatment, but certainly teachers know how to teach if they're given the curricular resources that they need.
Thank you. Representative Cascadden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my
Yeah.
question. I'm looking through this as a lens that it's another bill to add another social service within the public school system. And that's how I'm worried about it being received on that end, because the school day has not gotten any longer, and God knows in the last 10, 15 years, how many more requirements have been put on public school staff. And then transition that to an area that is low socioeconomic, where a psychologist and a guidance counselor is not always on staff or is shared with multiple buildings. I'm thinking, where is this going to be implemented? So I'm thinking, okay, one, you need to be able to have access to a psychologist who works with children, or, I mean, the standards say one elementary school can have up to 500 students. In a day of 500 students, that counselor has zero time. Plus, they're not trained as therapists, like a school psychologist. So that raises a question for me as to how do you propose that this be done in schools who don't have the funding for the bare minimums of optional services based on statute? I mean, school psychologists and school guidance counselors are optional services by statute. So I guess I have that question. And then I have to tell you, I'd rather see a bill that requires all teachers to be trained in youth mental health first aid so they can spot it and then refer out. But yeah, how would we staff
thank
that in a,
Yeah.
I just see where, and the state should provide that training.
Thank you. And,
Oh, I'm sorry.
lifetime.
I don't know if that's a question, but how would this
I had
be?
44 years in the classroom, and worked in education in my 14 years up here. And I think you're pointing to a real kind of struggle about what capacity do our schools have to deliver education. And I would like to note that given what we know about what's happening with our youth,
Definitely.
we've got to do something.
There
right?
definitely is.
And I think what's important about this is just again to reiterate that we are not expecting a creation of a treatment system. We're not expecting schools for this bill to become a social service agency. We're saying schools do what you do, teach students so they have the facts about mental health, about wellness, and about these factors, about drug and alcohol use, about violence of various sorts, about suicide per se, or really the positive sides of wellness. I mean, the things you can do to feel better. And I think that's a curricular issue. And I wanted very much, as I said, to structure this so we are not asking schools with an unfunded mandate to hire lots of new teachers, to train them, to make them go through this or that. I think that this model works very well if you provide teachers with a really good online curriculum. And again, I say, Meet Marrow is just one I know about because I go on and played around on their website, but there are others you can find out there, and you'll see they can provide a good curriculum. And that's why, what's important here is it goes through the funnel of the Department of Education, which I have full confidence in, can develop, and post the model curriculum. And they're willing to put some effort into it with $100,000, to make sure that we get what can work for our teachers. I think clearly we all know with the mental health crisis in the state, we've got to do a whole lot more about all kinds of services and so on. And that's a big issue. And I will say the governor is working hard on that one too. But here in the schools, we can do this. I think this can work.
Follow up, please.
Yes, go ahead.
So is the intent of the bill to add this in adequacy so that it follows that adequacy formula as a
Yeah, so if you,
part of adequate education?
yeah, if you look at the bill on, page 1,
Finance literacy, which went both.
you see the existing language
Yep,
is sound wellness, and as the chair pointed out, well, in the ed rules, that was,
I did
there's some
see
talk
that.
about mental health, but sound wellness, but then adding mental health
Yep.
explicitly there, and then a little bit further down, health, wellness, and mental health. So in those places, what it does is it keys up that there needs to be a curriculum, it needs to be taught, and we're going to provide you with the tools you need to do that. So that's the way the bill's structured.
can I
Representative
finish?
Luno and then Representative Cordiello.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Senator. Why did I was looking at the bill as amended by the Senate and looking at the bill as introduced. And given that it's got I think a long slate of bipartisan, sponsors, why was the original Section 1 removed from the bill? Because that looks like it provided a lot of context for this.
Well, thanks for the question. And, findings are findings. They don't go into statute. And the committee thought that really the heart of the bill is in the list of topics that you're asking the Department of Education to include when they make their rules. And, also in those findings, since the time I wrote the bill, based on the 2019 Risk Use Behavior Survey, guess what? About 3 weeks ago, the 2021 numbers came out, and things are pretty much the same or kind of different. So I think it made some sense that, the findings were seen as a little extraneous. And I think that also the Senate Education Committee, Senator Lang and Senator Gendro were particularly concerned about not to be distracted in some ways by topics in the findings, and because here's what we want to actually be done. And here, I think most importantly, was the parental consent. That those were the issues that became the core of the bill, and the rest of it kind of fell away. Yeah.
Representative Cordiello.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's okay, I sort of have a two-part question about two different phrases here. So thank you, Senator, for taking my questions. On the first page of the actual bill, line 28, there is a phrase, "at the parent's expense," and this is in regards to if a parent opts out in writing in objection to some material that they have to, requires them an alternative agreed upon by the school district and the parent. So the parent, if a parent opts their child out, they're required to provide a different curriculum at their expense. And doesn't this place a barrier to those of a lower income?
Thanks for your
Just
question.
wonder about the motivation for that.
That's existing statute.
That's
This bill doesn't change that at all. That's
Okay, well, maybe we need
existing
a
law.
change there. Okay, so then maybe, I'm new at this, so just, is the same the case with to the extent practicable on page 2 then? Because that's where a school district shall make curriculum course materials available to parents or legal guardians. My question was going to be, in what sort of situation would it be impractical to provide these materials? But if this also is an existing statute, I guess that goes beyond
It is.
this hearing. And
Yeah, but let us note that what's important here is that, the Senate felt that it was important to make sure that parents knew that, as they do in general in health education, but particularly here, to make sure parents knew, that's why the bold is there. Here's the existing, and we put it, here's the existing language that protects parents and their rights, and just to button it up by saying that also includes mental health. So, but that is existing statute, and I'm sure the chairman can tell you the many, many years in which we struggled to come up with that language and extent practicable and why that phrase, and yeah, but it's existing.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for being here. So just to briefly follow up on Rep. Portiello and her question.
Yeah.
The expense of a new curriculum, that may be existing language, but this new requirement would be applicable under that existing language. Would that be correct? So it ultimately would then require a parent to substitute their own curriculum if they opt out. Okay.
Thank you. Like anything else.
Perfect.
And we want to provide that opt-out, but they gotta, they gotta pass the.
Understood.
They gotta demonstrate they have an adequate education, so.
Excellent. If I may, to my original question, the new language specifically calls for the teaching on line 17 of page 1, mental health coping strategies, including personal practices. Would you agree that that constitutes the practice of mental health within the classroom?
Well, thanks for the question. See, that section is the things that DOE ought to consider in making their rules and selecting the curriculum. So that's why I entrust this to DOE to figure out what, I mean, these are good coping, it's good to have coping skills, huh? Yeah, and so this is a way, as we do in, as in physical health education, right? I mean, we teach students skills, how to keep themselves physically fit. And so I am entrusting DOE here to look at this kind of laundry list and figure out, okay, how do we put online a curriculum that touches on these issues? And then, of course, a teacher is going to have the freedom and the local school board to decide how to use that curriculum and how to apply it to what they're going to do in their classrooms.
Excellent. If I may, just one more brief.
One last question.
You brought up physical education, and I totally agree, and that's a solid thing that we always need to be teaching students. But would you agree that unlike physical education requirements, mental health requirements is much more liable to be bumping up against ideological and potential religious objections that parents could have?
Well, thank you. I worry about it. And that's why the solution that Senator Gendron Lang came in here is just to make it sure that parents that may have some concerns about that have the opportunity to see that. And I think the Department of Education will be very cognizant of that as well. And so yes, I mean, let's do it so parents can understand that this is serving, we call it is mental health, but it is education, and it's education that is believed will help your children out with their life skills and with their knowledge base. I mean, there's a lot of stigma around mental health, right? There's a lot of misinformation around it, a lot of misinformation around alcohol and drug use, a lot of maybe not enough information about suicidal thoughts. So anyhow, I mean, let's help the students out, and I can't emphasize how much I trust Commissioner Adelblue and the DOE staff to figure out a curriculum that's appropriate to help our young people out.
Thank you for that.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Cascaden.
Just to get your perspective, Senator, if it's an added curriculum to the school, I mean, where do you draw the line on what's the parent should be doing versus what the school would be doing? Do you see any gray areas in that?
Well, thanks for the question. And I mean, that is kind of always, I mean, in almost any form of education, that's always an issue.
Yes.
Because you want parents to be involved, and parents want to be involved, and you want these to be mutually reinforcing and informative. I think that this bill is a fairly light touch by incorporating mental health as an articulated aspect of health education. So it's not saying replace health education, it's an aspect of it.
Right.
And within that context, teachers, through the DOE kind of guidance, because of what is going to be the online curriculum that's made available to them, can develop in the context of the local schools the appropriate balance there. So, I mean, I don't see, in some ways, I mean, you ask great questions, because in some ways, but it's not I'm just trying to say, not a whole lot different from what we face in all areas of the curriculum.
Just about lately, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Senator, for taking my question. Would you object to maybe, and I know we're executing this later this morning, maybe adding the term or the condition eating disorders to somewhere on line 16? Which is the area where it lists a lot of.
You know, I obviously it's an important aspect, and for young people, certainly. As I said, I went to mental health sources and educational sources to make this list. It may not be comprehensive. If the committee thinks that it's good to articulate that, I suspect health professionals would think that's a pretty good idea, but you know, the wisdom of this committee, look, let me just say, Mr. Chairman, I hope we pass the bill, okay? We gotta help our students out. And if the committee feels that there's some things that need to be done to increase your comfort level, then I'm certainly gonna be open to it.
Senator, the only reason I'm asking is because I think there's two numbers on the back of student ID cards. One of them is the suicide prevention hotline, and the second one may be eating disorders. I'm comfortable with the bill as is, but I think it should be consistent with.
I appreciate that. That is an omission, and thank you.
And I do have one last one for you, because this is something that you as the sponsor decided to do. You decided to put this in 193E2, adequacy, in our statutes. Why did you not opt to put it in 18910, studies, where we already mentioned health education?
Thanks for your question, Mr. Chairman. I thought here, this is the kind of governing statute for adequacy. And I thought that's why it belonged here, and that's what the drafting attorney thought. Though I think, you know, it's a useful question, and I'm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
With that, we have some other cards, so we're going to, Senator, you're off the hook. Thank you very much. Sam Hawkins?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd and committee members, for the opportunity to testify today. For the record, my name is Sam Hawkins. I'm the Public Policy Assistant at NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI is a nonprofit grassroots organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide through support, education, and advocacy. On behalf of NAMI, I'm here today to speak in support of SB 151. Earlier this session, I came before the committee to speak in support of a similar bill, HB 505, which the committee then retained. While we still support HB 505, we believe that the differences in SB 151 may successfully address concerns the committee had regarding the prior bill. Despite mental health education being required by administrative rule, NAMI New Hampshire has heard from several students who indicate that they've had zero mental health education within the health education program in their schools. Considering our current youth mental health crisis, this education must be provided. 1 in 6 U.S. youth ages 6 to 17 experience a mental health disorder each year, and suicide is the second leading cause of death for Granite Staters ages 10 to 34. Further, emerging New Hampshire data shows alarming leaps in all suicide-related items for 9th to 12th grade students from 2019 to 2021. I won't go over those exact numbers, but they are there. By codifying these adequate education requirements, SB 151 would ensure that every school provides this critical education, increasing knowledge of and reducing the stigma surrounding mental illness. With regards to HB 505, the committee was concerned with the use of the word comprehensive and that the bill did not provide specific guidance on what topics should be included. SB 151, however, does not use the word comprehensive and provides a list of specific mental health subjects to be addressed in the curriculum. Additionally, this bill specifically includes an opt-out option for parents and families who find the content objectionable. To improve the well-being and future of New Hampshire youth and young adults, we need all hands on deck, including the state schools. By requiring mental health education in statute, this bill is one tool that can be used to help address the youth mental health crisis New Hampshire is experiencing. Therefore, we urge the committee to vote OTP on SB 151.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking a question. I was reading the comments from the hearing in the Senate, and Holly Stevens testified on behalf of your organization there, and
Senator Ward asked how much time would be proper for a course or lecture like this, and over how long a basis would this be? Is this 1 year, one class, 1 quarter, 1 semester? And the response was that they'd find out and get back to the committee. So I wondered if they'd done that.
I'm not sure if Holly did that. I can connect with her and ask though, and if we have that recommendation, I can pass it on to you as well.
Okay,
Thank you for
very
your
much.
question.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. As an organization that has expertise in the matter of mental health, I just wanted to ask if there would be any reason for concern over calling to teach children specifically skills to recognize personal mental health issues in themselves and peers. Kind of sounds like maybe self-diagnosing and diagnosing each other. And does that introduce any possibility of social contagion and such?
Thank you for your question. I don't personally have any concerns regarding that. I know from my personal life, a lot of people who lived with mental illness for a long time were not able to recognize it and pursue treatment because they didn't know what they were going through. If they have the tools to recognize that and then pursue professional help, they would receive that professional help. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. To follow up on that phrase that we're just talking about on line 19, recognizing personal mental health issues. We have a chapter in statute about suicide prevention education. And part of that includes education of faculty and students. And the section related, the paragraphs related to student education includes warning signs of mental disorders and suicide. So how is that's already in statute different than what we're talking about here?
Thank you for your question. I haven't seen the statute, so I can only speak to it based off your question. Of course, mental health disorders go beyond depression and suicide. This includes a more exhaustive list of what would be covered. It is good for that reason. Other than that, I can't really speak to the statute, not having it in front of me.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next person is Anne Marie Banfield.
Thank you. Chairman and honorable members of the House Education Committee. For the record, my name is Anne Marie Banfield. I'm a parental rights advocate focused on academic excellence and education. Is this on? Just making sure. Okay. SB 151 would add mental health to the definition of an adequate education. By the way, I posed this. While everyone would agree that a good mental health would be a priority for all of us, for our students, what exactly does this mean in our schools? For instance, does it mean that you have good mental health if you are religious? Because there are studies out there that would suggest that spirituality and religious beliefs contribute to good mental health. Would that be included in the mental health standards? Would it be excluded from NAMI? Mental health benefits of religion. Religion gives people something to believe in, provides a sense of structure, and typically offers a group of people to connect with over similar beliefs. So there is a component. I guess the question would be, would that be included in the standards, or would they be excluded? Who will teach mental health in class? A teacher who has never been educated or trained in the field of mental health? Nothing in this law describes who is qualified to teach children in the area of mental health. Mental health addresses serious issues like depression, anxiety, and even suicide. Are they subjects left up to those without a doctorate in child psychology? Shouldn't you include the credentials of someone who is educated and clinically trained in the field of child psychology? Would you want a teacher covering the subject of cancer in a public school? Even the school nurse wouldn't be qualified to cover that subject. We have an illiteracy problem in our schools, and now there is an attempt to shift more focus away from learning the core academic subjects. What will take the place of mental health education in our schools? What will this be replaced by? Will the arts or civics education be eliminated or diluted again? There have been attempts to deal with mental health of students in our public schools, and some of it has been a literal disaster. I remind you of the death education that was taught in Columbine High School years ago, where they thought that they could help children who were struggling with loved ones who had died. Mental health education had children writing their obituaries, visiting the local morgue to see dead people, and telling children about what it was like after they died. When 2020 covered the story, one of the students talked about how she was led to contemplate suicide. You can Google Death Education 2020 in Columbine to watch the story. It's still on YouTube. Several years ago in Indiana, school administrators administered mental health screenings to students. The mental health screening tool was called Teen Screen. One mother reported that her 15-year-old daughter was physically upset after taking the mental health assessment. When her daughter came home, she asked her parents what OCD and social anxiety disorder was. The people at school told her daughter that she was mentally ill based on a computer test that took 10 minutes to answer. At that time, no parent consented to the assessment. The parents wanted to know why their daughter was flagged for being mentally ill. Here is what the parent reported. Her daughter answered no when she was asked if she went out a lot. This was what a question on the assessment. The daughter answered no because she wasn't allowed to go out on school nights. Another question was, do you ever feel anxious or nervous when you are with a group of your peers? She answered yes, because she had to get up in front of her class to give a book report, so she got nervous. Many people come here before this committee and are very nervous, but that doesn't make them mentally ill. Why would a school district give children an assessment, a screening like this? According to Harvard Medical School and author of The Truth About Drug Companies by Marcia Angel, it was just a way to put more people on prescription drugs. The pharmaceutical industry was behind the teen screen. The parents sued the school district, but you can see how sometimes this process can be corrupted. And that can happen when mental health screenings are administered at school by people who are not properly educated or trained. And now we have the same thing happening in our schools in New Hampshire. Mental health data on New Hampshire students are now shared with evaluators so they can report back to the federal government. Plymouth State, Antioch University, and now Keene State have all had access to mental health records on New Hampshire students without informed consent by the student or their parents. This violates basic mental health codes of ethics. When a parent takes their child to a licensed child psychologist for an assessment or treatment, the child psychologist must follow a strict code of ethics that includes informed consent before assessing, treating, or disclosing the sensitive data. If a child enters a public school in New Hampshire, school counselors and school social workers have made their personally identifiable information available to the staff of those universities for reporting purposes. According to their own contracts with the New Hampshire schools, they are asking for the child's social security number, political affiliations, and religious beliefs, just to name a few. It is shocking that many of those in the mental health field are ignoring basic guidelines, but they are. It was finally, to follow up, or to conclude, it was before this committee a few weeks ago that many of you asked how civics education was narrowed down or even eliminated in some of our schools. Maybe the answer lies with the laws that are passed that force schools to eliminate instruction in the core academic subjects. For these reasons, I urge you to vote ITL on SB 151. One of the biggest contributors to the mental health problem amongst teens and children in school was the school shutdowns. I worked with parents across the state trying, begging, pleading school administrators to open up the schools. I worked with parents who were writing to the commissioner and copying me about serious mental health issues, suicidal attempts by some of these kids because the schools were shut down by the individuals you want to put in charge of their mental health. You know what works? Gym class. Address bullying, the things that you guys have worked on. A lot of that makes it for a good environment within the school to do what you can do. And finally, I was talking to an individual driving here about a book that, because books are so controversial in schools right now. There's a book in a school, and it's bad. It's bad. It's very dark, and talks about trauma, kids that have gone through trauma. And we both agreed that if a child who's gone through trauma reads this book, it's going to reignite trauma. There are things that are problems in these schools right now. And so my concern is you're asking people who are not trained and educated, clinically trained in the field of child psychology to once again delve into this topic. I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Yes, Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here and taking my question. You identified yourself as a parental rights advocate. So are you less opposed to this bill after it came out of the Senate with the amendment beginning on line 24, which clarifies that parents have the right to object to the material?
I do. I think certainly it's a improvement. I talked to the senators, and when this was in committee. Certainly, any time that you can make something transparent, it helps. But I think, I think even Representative Ladd, when he was first questioning Senator Waters, brought up some excellent points. Representative, you brought up some excellent points. I think that this is such a big issue, and please understand that I think that mental health amongst our kids is extremely important. But I've seen the bad side too. I've seen the problems that come from good intentioned teachers or individuals working in the schools who do not have that expertise. And I do work with PhD level child psychologists, and I learn from them, and I know the dangers because a lot of them get the kids out of the school and into their private practice to help these kids who've dealt with trauma. So you bring up trauma in class, you never know where this conversation is going to go in a classroom. If you say, okay, teacher, I want you to teach mental health, you don't know what kind of subjects are going to come up. Are you going to define that for a teacher, and you're going to say you have to stay to the script, and suicide comes up or something traumatic comes up? Where does that discussion go? It's very difficult. I know I probably rambled on about that.
No, I appreciate
I do think that
Thank you.
improved it. Sorry.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I'm just curious because it seems like over the years through education, we've tried to implement various programs over different periods of time. Are you aware of any trends as far as tracking students' mental health as we have implemented programs that attempt to address these issues, such as social emotional learning and other things, and how that trend line over time has affected students?
What do you mean by tracking?
As far as basically, has mental health gotten better, worse, stayed the same over time?
I don't know that answer. I don't know. I think you would have to look at independent peer-reviewed studies to get that information. I think sometimes I think especially in education, sorry, but there's a lot of information that's brought that's not peer-reviewed or independent. And so as legislators, I would caution you. I caution everybody. And I think in the field of medicine, it's always going to be peer-reviewed and independent. But a lot of times what comes into education is not peer-reviewed. It's not independent. So, for instance, the report that has to go back to the federal government on the MTSSB program that's in the school right now, that's not peer-reviewed. That's not independent. It looks more like a sales brochure on the MTSSB program. And yet all that data that's coming in to these evaluators, parents don't know that their child's mental health has been shared with these individuals. So, I see so many problems already that unless again, this is specifically defined and you go through this and you want to add things, it's got to be well defined who gets to teach this. Because these subjects are going to come up. Representative Luno brought up eating disorders. I can tell you that there are girls that you just bring up that subject, it plants a seed. Oh, I need to lose weight. Oh, I can go make myself throw up in the bathroom and lose weight. I mean, we had the survey years ago that asked kids on these surveys, have you ever sniffed glue to get high? Guess what? All these kids were learning now that they get to get high from sniffing glue off of a survey. So you teach what you're trying to do to help can oftentimes backfire. And that's my concern.
Thank you.
I don't know if that answered your question. Sorry about that.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I actually have two. As a preface, I spent a 40-year career as a dietitian specializing in eating disorders. I don't know how to say this as a question, so I'm just going to state that it is not factual that talking about eating disorders creates them. My second part is a question. Are you aware that it is widely acknowledged that not talking about suicide increases the risk of suicide?
I'm not aware of that particular, but again, who's talking about it? In this instance, you're talking about a teacher. So, and what's the conversation? Because if you go back and you look at Columbine, they were talking about that. And then it led that student to then contemplate suicide. I mean, that was a fact. So I don't know.
So that's your conclusion that
was
one
her
caused
conclusion.
another. That's not a known fact.
I do have one more question, and I'm just going to parallel the question to my experience as a elementary school teacher, elementary school principal, and administrator over the years in Maine and Alaska. I observed that one of the trends that we had back then was ADD, ADHD. And teachers, when they heard about ADHD, this kid's hyper, so we got to throw another pill in him. Is this a type of activity that could come about if we don't have these people that are dealing and trying to deal with a curriculum dealing with mental health? Could we have another direction that we're having information conveyed to children, which maybe needed to be done through a school psychologist and parent, rather than through the teacher in the classroom? I'm a little bit concerned of where we're going with this.
That's exactly, when you were speaking earlier, that's exactly what my concern was, because it's not that, I'm opposed to helping a child with their mental health. I think we can all, I know everybody on this committee is concerned about that. It's more about who we're putting in charge. And I do work with PhD level child psychologists. I don't come at this with just me. I look at what they are saying, what they are telling me. And you're absolutely right. I mean, I wouldn't put myself in front of a child and even with some training and think that I can do what they can do. So yes, I mean, I think that there's a reason why they are clinically trained. There's a reason why they have a code of ethics. If they don't follow their code of ethics, as a parent, I can go and I can ask for their license to be removed. I can go to licensing board. How do you deal with somebody who's going in that direction in a classroom that may put a child in danger? And it's happened. We have examples where this has happened. So it's not like something, that I'm making up. We have examples of where that has happened. You hope that that's not going to happen, and I do believe that most of these teachers have their best interest at heart. But I can have their best interest at heart, but I can tell you that I don't know what a child psychologist knows.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Ms. Godfrey.
Good morning, House Education Committee. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Lauralee Godfrey, and I am 18 years old from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I am the chair of the Governor's Youth Advisory Council on Substance Misuse and Prevention. Our council advises the governor on New Hampshire's opioid crisis from a youth perspective. After collaborating with my peers on this council, I helped author this legislation with Senator Waters to address a pressing need within New Hampshire. And I'm here today to ask you to vote ought to pass with amendment on SB 151. So last winter, my best friend had her first panic attack while I was driving in the car with her. I immediately pulled over to the side of the road. Neither of us had any experience dealing with a panic attack before, and as I clutched her hand, I frantically tapped out a Google search to help her. And I had to tell my best friend that I wasn't ignoring her through her panic attack, but instead looking up how to help her. My friend is just one of many teenagers undergoing what's been called a mental health crisis in the United States. Countless young adults face deteriorating mental health in the midst of neurodivergence, conflict, or high familial or academic demands. And all my friends have struggled in one way or another, battling mental health issues that they don't know how to respond to. And they simply lack the knowledge on how to take care of themselves. As a New Hampshire student, I have never once been taught how to take care of my mental health. And in a situation where my best friend needed my help, I did not know how to help her. I've posed this question to my peers from across the state in the Governor's Council, and across a range of public, private, and charter schools, few of us actually underwent mental health education. Our students met with Governor Sununu, where we mutually agreed this issue needed to be addressed. Like us, Governor Sununu is concerned about mental health in New Hampshire, and he encouraged us to write a report summarizing our findings. I emailed that report to the committee this morning, and I also have passed around several physical copies as well. And our recommendations concluded that legislative action was necessary. Right now, New Hampshire's only inclusion of mental health education is in recommended guidelines from 2007. They are not required, they're outdated, and they're simply not being taught to students. That needs to change. SB 151 can improve this. If we look to other states like Illinois and prior New Hampshire legislation, similar educational initiatives have been tackled without infringing upon municipalities. When drafting this legislation, our council specifically worked as to not pass an unfunded mandate to our schools and to our teachers. In this legislation, the Department of Education can define mental health as a characteristic of an essential education and write model curriculum for school implementation. With the DOE's support in establishing clear-cut competencies, lesson plans, and resources, schools will already have the tools they need to engage students. The Senate amendment to SB 151FN eliminates the findings, which is non-essential to the intent of this legislation, and it also reinforces that parents can opt out of this instruction for their children, as is the case in existing statute, and I am in strong support of this amendment. Now, this policy isn't a panacea. It's not the silver bullet that's going to end mental health disorders as we know them, but updating these standards from 2007 to 2023 should set students on the path to being better prepared citizens and leaders. By empowering youth through education and resource accessibility, New Hampshire can prevent slides into substance misuse and break the stigma around mental health. Our state can do its part to keep youth safe and healthy. If this policy can help just one girl pulled over to the side of the road with her own or with her friend's mental health, it'll be worth it. Thank you for your consideration, and I humbly ask you to vote ought to pass with amendment on SB 151. I will take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions, Representative Paterno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for presenting this legislation. It's quite a daunting task. I appreciate it. I have a question. As a high school student, you must have a vision of what this education would look like, and I'll start there.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for your question. So as outlined in our health education report, we do have a vision of certain aspects that we want taught, mainly certain types of mental disorders that aren't currently taught, as well as mental health coping strategies. But there are more specifics in the report that I emailed to you.
Go ahead.
How early in your education do you think this curriculum would begin?
I think sooner rather than later, but definitely should be an essential part of a high school education for sure.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Like to invite Emma Lavigny.
morning. My name is Emma Savini. I am the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator at New Futures. New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that advocates, educates, and collaborates for the health and wellness of all Granite Staters. We are here in strong support of Senate Bill 151 today because it would emphasize the importance of mental health for youth and teach them basic tools and techniques that could help reduce the stressors they face in their everyday lives. As you just heard so eloquently put by the young woman who assisted drafting this bill, teens are facing a mental health crisis and they don't really know what to do in certain circumstances. Having this as a part of an adequate education would give them those tools to adequately address those emergent circumstances that pop up when you're driving in a car, when you're walking between class. And it also will give students the ability to have an open conversation with trusted adults in their life to reach out for help so that they can be connected with those mental health professionals to provide treatment when that's appropriate. I want to be so clear, this bill is not asking teachers to provide mental health treatment to students. This is simply asking that teachers provide students with education about what mental health is and give them the tools to adequately address the stressors in their life by giving them the tools to either reach out for further treatment from a mental health provider or by giving them the coping strategies they can use in a day-to-day life, just like deep breathing techniques or something similar. As we've heard, this bill would give the Department of Education the ability to change its rules to better address what this looks like. And so any specifics that may not be addressed in this legislature could be addressed in those rules. For instance, who is teaching this curriculum and those types of questions. Finally, New Futures supports this because children's behavioral health is in a severe crisis right now. Students across our state are suffering, as evidenced by the most recent YRBS data. Mental health concerns are increasing or at least staying the same. Anything we can do to help give our students the tools to help reduce those concerns and issues they're facing is a step in the right direction. And so I ask that you vote Senate Bill 151 ought to pass, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I like the way that you separated, what might happen in schools versus actual therapy and in-depth treatment. And I was wondering if you see that the school's role is more as teaching mental health first aid.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what the last phrase was.
First aid, mental health first aid.
Oh, I think that schools should absolutely consider teaching that as well. And it is a program that has been shown to work and is really beneficial to the students who have taken it. So I'd be more than open to encouraging schools to provide that instruction to their students as well.
I do have one question. The adding of this into the adequacy formula, it says mental health education, and there's rules which develop a curriculum. But I also see a timeline in which this goes into effect 60 days after signage. Is that enough time for teachers to be properly prepared and what they should teach, where the line is, where I'm doing the first aid aspect of this, or where I'm getting into the psychologist aspects of it? Is it realistic that we put this in place immediately?
Thank you so much for your question. I'm not an expert on how information is disseminated to teachers in school districts, so that may be a better asked by someone from the Department of Education or school districts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for answering these questions. Where's the role of parents in the middle of teaching and recognizing and bringing in resources?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your question. That's a really great point. As we've seen with other initiatives in schools that involve teachers and parents working cohesively, outcomes are exponentially better. For instance, with the MTSSB program, that program emphasizes parents working with the schools in tandem to incorporate
behavioral health supports both in school and at home. That program is evidence-based and has been shown to be extremely effective in providing better behavioral health outcomes both in schools and at home. So we know that that works. I think that this bill does not prohibit that by any stretch, prohibit parents from being involved. And I think most schools would actually encourage parents to work with their students' teachers or the school administration to, learn what their students are learning and also help, incorporate those coping strategies or behavioral health supports at their home as well.
Yes.
Help me out. What is MTSSB?
Oh, yeah, sorry. MTSSB is the multi-tiered system of supports for behavioral health. It's a tiered structure framework that is implemented in some schools in New Hampshire. It's, again, an evidence-based program, and it provides some level of behavioral health supports to all students, in the anti-bullying campaign or helping to improve school climate. And then for students who need higher levels of support, the levels of support goes up, and it's fewer students naturally as you go up the chain for what level of support they need. But at all levels, parents are involved and aware that this is going on.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Melissa White.
Good morning, Melissa White, New Hampshire Department of Education, Division of Learner Support Director, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, I do have one for you then, if we're going to be talking DOE now.
Great.
This is an area, we're putting this bill in 193E2, which identifies, excuse me, the criteria that make up the learning areas of study. But it's also supposed to be replicated again. We've seen this disconnect when we saw another bill come in from the department where it's mentioned here, but it's not mentioned in 193E2 or E3, where we have the accountability for the delivery of this. And so how would the department, because all areas of adequacy require accountability, and I don't see this referencing that section of law at all. How are we going to have an accountability model built in on this?
So the component of this that becomes also challenging is that when we look further down into 193E2, Roman numeral 5, the Department of Education and the State Board of Education institute the procedures for maintaining, updating, improving, and refining the minimum standards for public school approval. However, the curriculum, each school district shall be responsible for maintaining, updating, improving, and refining curriculum. So that's the piece where it becomes a little bit challenging because this state specifically, the department shall adopt rules regarding the provision of mental health curriculum. So we're running into one statute that's saying curriculum lives with the local level, but then this is stating it lives with the Department of Education. So I think that's a piece that we might want to just clarify. The Department of Education could, do an RFP, procure the curriculum specified on mental health. And so we could run that, we could purchase the curriculum, we could make that curriculum available across the state to all of our local education agencies, schools, and all of the chartered public schools. We can make that available and do that portion of it, but as far as the accountability piece for ensuring that it has been the curriculum is implemented in the school, that would not fall under the Department of Education's ability.
Well, then I'll follow that up because all areas of adequacy, which we have in 193E2, appear also in the section accountability for opportunity for an adequate education, 193E3B. And it lists all those areas. Now, we have a little disconnect because some of them we've changed and hasn't been reflected. That was caught by 266, and we're being asked to rewrite that also. But it appears to me if we're going to be putting this in underneath adequacy where the criteria is listed and not putting it in the other area we're going to get in the same boat we are with 266 right now.
Correct.
Okay, so that needs to be looked up as well then.
Okay.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I just want to, sort of be clear on what you were just referring to, Ms. White. So looking on line 13, continuing from line 12, rulemaking on the provision of mental health curriculum. It doesn't say development of mental health curriculum. So wouldn't that read on provision, which would mean for public schools to provide mental health curriculum as identified in paragraph 1 and including all the things that are listed below? And wouldn't that provision also have accountability implications? That I think that's 198H. So I don't see this as requiring the department to develop a curriculum, certainly not in 60 days. But make sure that school districts are following rules to provide said curriculum. See what I'm saying?
So I'm looking at 24 and it says the Department of Education shall make available electronically modeled curriculum on mental health education. So I think that's the piece I was.
Where were you looking?
Line number 24, number 5, where it states the Department of Education shall make available electronically modeled curriculum on mental health education.
Line 20, or sorry, shall make
I'm
available.
sorry, it must not be in the amendment. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at
20,
the, I'm sorry.
section 4, right. Right, and.
Oh, I apologize. I was looking at the introduced, I wasn't looking at the amendment. That was my mistake. So school districts shall make curriculum course materials available for review to parents. Course material on mental health. So that piece of it I thought was about the objectionable material, but that's replacing section 4, so section 5 would still apply.
Correct. Section 5, I believe, is the prime sponsor said is the right of a parent to opt out of curriculum, and basically extends that to this curriculum. But I don't see any requirement in here, unless you're seeing it in any version of this bill, that requires the state board to develop curriculum. They do
I think
say
that was the previous.
shall
I
make
apologize.
available electronically modeled curriculum, as the department does in so many areas right now.
Yes, yeah, and we could make that available. We just couldn't require them to adopt it.
Right.
Are there further questions? Yes, Representative Cascadden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Melissa, for being here. Parts of this on 20 says that the department is going to make available an electronic model curriculum. So do you foresee that a teacher in a classroom could assign that as a homework so that it's done at home? And then they can check the box that they've done it? Or will the department have to hire someone to kind of, go out in the field and figure this out? I'm not sure how it would
I'm not sure how the local level would implement it, and then.
That would be an option based on this, do you think? I don't know. I mean, you don't have to have, it's not a right answer or wrong answer. Just looking to see, well, what can a classroom teacher do if they're now mandated to provide this instruction?
That would be determined at the local level.
How it's done, but it has to be done.
According to the RSA, yes.
Okay.
According to the proposed legislation, yes.
All right, thanks.
But this does say that DOE make available electronic model curriculum. So how much is that going to cost you as a department to make a model curriculum?
So we would run an RFP to accept in those proposals and then, of course, score them based on that. When we use the $100,000 estimate, that's based on an average across the board that we look at model curriculums if we're purchasing a curriculum for any type of content area. So it can range, from, $10 $10,000 to the millions. And so when we kind of average in purchases of curriculum to implement statewide, our average is around somewhere in the middle. We got to try to choose 100,000 is usually around there. For example, a STEM career and technical education Learning Blade online platform that we implemented, that was at the cost of $100,000.
How much was that?
$100,000. So that we kind of look, there's some that we were looking particularly when we were analyzing the dyslexia screening, some of those screening and some of those curriculums were running, up to $800,000. So there is, a variance, but we would definitely go through that procurement process of running that RFP and then taking in those proposals and scoring and of course being prudent with the
And when would you have all this completed?
So 60 days, I don't know if we could have it implemented quite that quickly because we do have, if it's going to be over $10,000, we would have to go through governor and council and go through the process. So it'd be a tight turnaround, but we could do that. I don't know if the schools could implement it in 60 days. That's the piece of it that I don't think is possible. For example, if we look at the changes that we made recently with the legislation that implemented the civics education assessment and having to take the naturalization test and all of the collection of data and all that piece of it, schools were able to implement that. It took over a year. So they're looking at implementing this year, but that passed a year ago. So that's an example of to implement new curriculum. Okay. Usually it takes about a year.
Representative Lekes?
Do you know if there exists now model legislation that's out there that is free, that the DOE, the curriculum, that the DOE could just put pointers to say there's this and this and this, if there are multiple things, and let the school districts then choose?
Sure. I mean, we could research all of the free materials that are available out there and then just provide links so that schools are aware of what those could be and they could access them if they needed to. We could do that.
So, and that would cut down that 100,000.
Correct. But if we were, purchasing a curriculum to implement statewide, I think that's the piece of it that we'd have to actually pay for it. I think vendors are careful about how much of their free material they give out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to take these questions. I just wanted to clarify a little bit of testimony we heard earlier, in your opinion on it, starting with line 12 under C here. We had heard some testimony earlier that the items listed would be optional for what the department chose to adopt, but it seems to me that the use of the word shall adopt and in consideration of the following, it seems to me that could be reasonably interpreted to mean it needs to include these things. Would that be a reasonable way that you might interpret it as a department?
Shall adopt rules, including a consideration of the following? Do I have the correct language?
I believe so, yes.
In my opinion, including a consideration of the following seems vague.
Fair.
It's a consideration of, we could look at it and then just not include it or take that to mean, yes, it has to be included. So I guess it's.
That's exactly what I was interested in. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So are we looking at a statewide curriculum that every school should be using? And how would we incorporate different grades if it's a curriculum?
My understanding, the proposed legislation is looking at adding mental health to the adequate public education component. So there's like that piece of it. And then there's another piece of it that's looking specifically at the making available making the electronically available curriculum to our schools. So I think there's nothing saying the schools have to use that curriculum. It's just saying that the department would have to make it available.
Follow up.
Yes.
So the schools wouldn't have to
Okay,
use that.
but schools would have to adopt something that includes mental health?
I would think so, yes. Adequate. For example, I know that with health and wellness currently, oftentimes they'll have like a separate, at least at the elementary level where my kids are at, they'll have a wellness period. So they have their PE class, and then there's also a wellness class that they take once a week. And then a lot of the components or content pieces for that wellness is delivered during that time. So they learn about taking care of themselves, hygiene, that type of thing. So it seems like this is putting that into that health, wellness, and then mental health kind of into that category. So I guess schools could deliver it and deliver that the content or the learning curriculum around the learning components around that particular, with their own chosen curriculum during those blocks. But I mean, it would be up to the local education agency to decide how they want to deliver it, how they want to meet the requirements.
So I have one last question for you. I'm concerned about the professional development of ensuring that our teachers are well prepared to venture into this domain. And if you develop a framework or a guideline through this electronic type version, wouldn't it be best as to do what we did with the math learning communities, where we worked with the community college system in New Hampshire to have summer training for folks from the school districts to come down, become qualified to teach, understand, ask the questions, and then go back to the classroom. And there's also support coming from the community college to ensure that if there's questions while they're in the classroom, they have that resource to call. I'm real concerned that we're going to have an implementation date here. We're going to throw something at, and the teacher's going to be said, teach this. And I, as a teacher, would be very leery about where that line is and what I can do, what I can't do. And we've had that question asked of us in other areas in the classroom just recently. I won't verge into that, but we all know where I'm driving home there. And so I just don't want to create something that's going to cause another real significant issue unless we have good, strong professional development available for our staff, our teachers.
Correct. And then would the LEA be responsible for paying for that professional development for their teachers, or would that be?
I don't know. It doesn't say within the bill here, and there's not, and you folks said you couldn't determine other than maybe the preparation that developed the electronic version. So there's no mention of training at all within this, which is a concern to me.
And if we implemented a training, which could be, of course, done, there just would be the cost associated with
Right.
that, and that's going to be more than the 100,000.
Yeah. That's just an issue we all have to think about here. Further, yes, Representative Tanner?
Yeah, I have a couple of issues. One is that as a former health teacher, if I were to get this and look at it and say that I had to teach about anxiety, depression, panic attacks, et cetera, it's not the way I would do it, and it seems almost counterproductive to do that. It's like an old adage in the first aid and EMT world where they had an ambulance that came to the bottom of a cliff repeatedly to pick up people that had fallen over the cliff. And then finally somebody decided that maybe somebody should go to the top of the cliff and put a fence so people don't go over the cliff. Stress management, most of these disorders or most of the panic attack that a child had talked about before are a result of the tremendous stress that kids are under these days. Excuse me. And I think that to try to itemize things like this rather than talk about the actual cause and to talk about presenting skills to students to deal with the stress that they get, whether it's anxiety over a test or a panic attack that they, are experiencing because of a relationship, that having those skills are really more important than them knowing what an obsessive compulsive person looks like or what they actually do. So, and certainly, as I talked about before, mental health first aid, NAMI has a great program that's available that I think every teacher should have to take. And I'm the last person that likes to require things like that. But I also think that we need to look at that section and really look at, like I said, stress management and how to give kids the skills to deal with the stress that they have so that it doesn't develop into a lot of these mental health issues already. So I know that's not a question, but I would like to see the state, look at that. And certainly I think that's one thing when we look at this bill that I will offer as well. So thank you.
Representative Luno, you had,
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So it sort of, it occurs to me as we're sort of having this this hearing and this conversation that we're looking at the text of the bill as amended in the Senate without the context of the law that it seeks to amend. So I guess, wouldn't some of the concerns that have been expressed by members around the table here with respect to things like professional development and who's creating the curriculum and all these things potentially be covered in the paragraph or the section of the law that Section 3 amends, E2A paragraph 5? And what the bill's doing is adding to paragraph 5 a subparagraph C, but there's also a subparagraph B and a subparagraph A. And 5A talks about developing curriculum. 5A talks about making sure that teachers are following instructional standards and curriculum standards and are prepared to provide such instruction so that students, and it goes on to talk about that. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, what am I missing here?
Yes, correct. So it would state that, it does state that each school district shall be responsible for maintaining, updating, improving, and refining curriculum. The curriculum shall present educational goals, broad pedagogical approaches, and strategies for assisting students in the development of the skills, competencies, and knowledge called for by the minimum standards for public school approval for each area of education identified in paragraph 1. It is the responsibility then of local teachers, administrators, and school boards to identify and implement approaches best suited for the students in their communities to acquire the skills and knowledge in the curriculum, to determine the scope, organization, sequence of offerings, and to choose the methods of instruction, activities, and materials to be used. So my understanding then, it would be at the local level to provide that professional development to the teachers.
Great, thank you.
once the minimum standards have been approved by the State Board of Education.
Correct.
And Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
And as it pertains, and I don't mean to get us off the rails here, but the 60 days, that applies to the shalls that are in here. The department shall adopt rules. The department shall make available. School districts required to adopt a policy. That's where the law changes.
Well, that timeframe we have for signing is just ineffective. It's not going to work. When you're talking about having to deal with GELCAR, you're having to develop those rules on the department and get those things approved by, is sent from the state board to the GELCAR.
Right. It doesn't say that the rules have to be approved. It's just 60 days that the law comes in. I know we're getting into
down in what we would do to an exec session here. but there's a lot to this that, you know, it's going to take a lot of good discussion here.
And we could begin all of the work, most definitely within 60 days of the passage, begin the work.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Anything else from the committee? Yes, Representative Ford.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I wonder, I haven't heard you mention, and so I wonder if you've experienced, excuse me, I wonder if you've experienced any of those, I'll call them social situations, that sometimes evolve around this kind of a subject when it's being explored. I speak from some experience, unpleasant experience, about this kind of session. When you raise the question of human sexuality, there's a lot of feedback that you sometimes get. The one that comes to mind to me was when a young woman approached me and said, "Please make my boyfriend quit beating me." And when you start talking about sexual relations, those kinds of things will start coming up. And speaking of Representative Caskadden and the teacher being approached, what happens when the little girl comes up and says, "Please make my daddy quit beating my mother"? How are you taught in student teaching how to answer that question? And I know when it came to me, I was a first lieutenant, and it flummoxed me. And I went for help and organized a completely invasive, approached the person, you know, had him job trained, all that kind of stuff. And 2 weeks later, he beat her to death. It wasn't enough. And those things will arise. And they will be stimulated by these kinds of discussions, which are part of the subject. But we have to prepare for those too.
Got a question?
I asked, did she have any experience or any occasion to think about those concerns as well?
She's coming from the department and giving us technical advice on the bill and how they would do this.
Yes.
As a teacher, you're a required reporter, so if anything is revealed to you as a teacher, you're required to report.
Well, I was sympathizing with Representative Caskadden and our teacher. I'll come to what happens when that teacher, how do you prepare a teacher for that?
So, in my personal experience as a teacher, also required reporting, so when anything you're presented with, you report it, you get your administrator involved, you also employ the experts around you, which tend to be the child psychologist or the school counselor to help with next steps in addressing those specific issues. But there's one thing I'd like to just make a parallel to, if possible, that a lot of the content area mentioned here really mirrors a lot of the work that's being done with MTSSB, and there's a lot of requirements in our legislation around MTSSB, and so a lot of the work being done in our schools with those multi-tiered systems of support for behavior will look specifically at what is appropriate to do school-wide, perhaps, teaching all students about obsessive compulsive disorder is not a tier 1 or an all school level specific area to look at, but maybe it's something more tier 2, the education around. So there's different pieces that I think there's some overlap here with work that we're already doing through MTSSB and a lot of the other initiatives in our wellness program and through the work that we coordinate with Department of Health and Human Services. So there is a lot of overlap that I see.
Further questions of the department? Thank you very much, Melissa.
Thank you.
We have no further pink cards on this, so I'm going to close this hearing for Senate Bill 151. Thank you. For the committee, we're right on the lunch hour here, and we're planning on having a caucus in between doing our exec sessions, which will follow here. So what we want to do Okay, I think we're ready to go ahead here for our exec sessions. We're just going to go through it by the numbers, so we'll start with 24 and work our way through. Okay, we have in front of us SB 24 relative to conferring degree granting authority to the New England Aeronautical Institution. What we're going to do on that is we're going to hold off on that. We want to have further information provided to us by the Higher Education Commission. And namely, that involves like Jim Dean, and it would also involve Mark Rubenstein. It's authorizing, the New England Aeronautical Institution to do business here in the state, but more information is needed. So we're going to jump over that bill and go to the next bill, 25, and I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to retain Senate Bill 25.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, motion made by Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Ford. Discussion, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. We had already passed House Bill 71, which is the same bill that is in the Senate. The Senate committee was favorable to that. I think it was a 5-0 vote. The full Senate hasn't voted on that yet. So my thought is that we should retain this in case something happens down the line.
Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis. Yes. Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Coratiello. Yes. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadin.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Alrighty, next one, 39, SB 39, relative to criminal history checks for school transportation monitors. I'll look to Representative Peternell for a motion, please.
I move ought to pass on Senate Bill 39.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion that ought to pass made by Representative Peternell and second by Representative Cordelli. Representative Peternell, do you have any discussion?
Yes, this bill was a request from the Department of Education. It removes transportation monitors from the purview of the Department of Education for the purposes of criminal records checks. Transportation monitors do not actually drive the buses, but they directly assist with the students, which puts their oversight under the SAU, school district, chartered public school, or public academy to provide services.
Further discussion? Representative Luna?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I'm I think prepared to support the ought to pass, but I think there has been some discussion that this could cause some confusion or problems with some school districts, and I was wondering if Ms. Wilson might be able to if you think there's
She's hiding behind that little box in front of me.
This is on House Bill 39, criminal history record checks for transportation monitors.
Good afternoon. For the record, Becky Wilson, New Hampshire School Boards Association. How can I help answer questions about this bill?
I'm just wondering if if there are concerns out there that there could be some consequences that come out of this bill that may create some, maybe problematic for some districts.
Thank you for the question or the clarification. I will say, I think that, you know, some of these questions are probably best directed to the department in terms of what the current practices are. However, the transportation monitors, as Representative Peternell mentioned, are typically on transportation for some students, in particular as an IEP service. That's part of a child's IEP, transportation monitoring, to ensure safety of students. We have some students who are nonverbal, for example, or students who just need additional oversight during a longer trip. It's not uncommon for transportation monitors to be on regular ed buses, but also on special education transportation. So the challenges, I think, with this is that a lot of transportation that's going to an out-of-district placement, for example, they may pick up students from multiple districts to go to the same placement. It's not, if it's a transportation monitor who is employed by the school district and monitoring a school district, school-owned transportation going to and from a local public school, for example, that is fairly easy to figure out who's doing the background check is the SAU or the superintendent. For the background checks for transportation monitors who might be employed by a contracted service provider, how those background checks are done is something that's negotiated between the SAU and the contracted provider. So all the contracted providers, to my knowledge, and again, I'm not a contracted service provider, but do their own background checks on the transportation monitor. Some school districts have in their contract with that company that they are also going to do their own background check. Some do not necessarily do a second background check. They are relying on the transportation provider to do that. There's some, liability, I think, no matter which way you go with that. But if you have multiple students from different districts riding on one transportation with one monitor, there's a potential that if you had 4, 5, 6 kids from different districts on one bus that is a contracted provider, that monitor is going to be background checked 6 or 7 times. I don't know how you resolve if one district says we are okay with what's on the background check. Obviously there's some things that you can't ignore. The Section 5 violations, for example, are not negotiable. But as is often said in this committee, employment decisions based on the background check are at the level of the district. So if you have multiple districts with students on that bus and multiple districts are doing background checks for the same person, I don't know at what point that causes a potential challenge. I think it's just not consistent necessarily who is doing the background check for contracted providers, or whether you want that somehow in a contract if you are a district that's contracting with multiple transportation companies.
So just a quick follow-up. So if one of the school districts, let's say it was multiple school districts, one of the school districts conducted the background check, and then the superintendents talked and said, yep, this person's clear, they could all agree that, or if they wanted to, they could agree, or could they agree to go with that one background check? Or if they all wanted to do independent background checks, could they go ahead and do that as well?
Well, thank you for the question. I think the challenge would come from the statutes you already have about background checks, that only the superintendent and their designee are able to view the background check and then communicate with others. So six superintendents couldn't look at the same background check. They would have to do their own individual background checks, I think.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this is for Ms. Wilson or Representative Pertinel. I don't know which one, but my question is the transportation monitor background check that's done by the bus company similar in quality to the transportation check done by the school?
Thank you for the question. I don't know that I can answer that. I don't know what the transportation company's requirements are. I believe, and I'm speaking a bit out of turn because I'm not the one that's signing any of these contracts, but my belief would be that if you have a district as part of their contract with these outside companies is accepting that background check, that it must meet a certain criteria for the person to be able to sign that contract. But I don't know offhand what, I would imagine so. I think the original intention of this bill was just to get it out of the Department of Safety and put it back to the district, which I think I understand the catalyst for that. I just think districts would like it to be clear about what it is that they're supposed to do in these situations where they're using a contracted provider.
Chair, follow-up? Just a comment to the chair primarily. And I wasn't here for I saw something on the screen on the thing that I was at home. But my concern is that the last year we had, or the last two sessions, Rick, we had the questions about private coach vehicles, those bus drivers, and I understand why that passed, and the background check stuff. But this concerns me that we're going, once again, moving into a process of less evaluation versus equal to or more. That's all.
Is everybody confused?
I know, I'm so sorry. I apologize for confusing everyone. It is a bit different than bus drivers.
Yeah.
Because the drivers obviously are falling under the Department of Ed, which I think everyone, to my knowledge, is comfortable with that because those are somewhat portable. The transportation monitors are typically, I don't want to say specific to an individual student, but to some extent specific to certain
It's an
students.
employment issue to the district, right?
It's an employment consideration, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Attorney Fenton did indicate that there could be an MOU that could be developed between school districts dealing with respective monitors that may be dealing with kids in multiple multiple school situations.
So there's a way around this.
Does anybody need more time on this bill? Or are you ready to go ahead with it?
So, yeah, just a clarifying question, thought. So Representative Myler recalls that that the attorney from the department said that multiple districts may be able to enter into a memorandum of understanding with respect to transportation monitor, maybe saying that District 1 takes care of doing the hiring and background check, and if that all works out, then the other districts will defer to that as opposed to sharing background check information, which they cannot do under current law. And that in the worst case, it sounds like the prospective employee would be background checked if it was 4 districts, possibly 4 times, which cumbersome, doesn't it doesn't break the system. It doesn't mean that now students are going to be transported in a situation where a transportation monitor is necessary, where they can't hire it doesn't prevent a monitor from being hired.
Thanks for the question. I think I would defer any legal background check questions to the department, and I would ask, I guess, that those questions go to Attorney Fenton. She really is the criminal background check person in terms of the interplay of all of that and how an MOU would work, and what happens if districts don't agree on the monitor or however that would play out.
Okay, thanks, Becky.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Representative Cornell.
Is this going to finance after us?
No.
No?
This is a bill we don't have to necessarily act on today either. We've written MOUs in the various forms of legislation in the past. I can remember we wrote an MOU between Dartmouth College and the Hanover Police Department dealing with rape on campus. That was years ago. So we've been in the business of adding MOU language into bills if that's something which might help clarify here for some. but there's no necessarily urgency to be doing something today. We have, then if there's really a feeling, if there's no sense not doing anything if we're not going to do anything on the side, otherwise we just go ahead. But if we're going to look for something to try and clear up some of the ambiguity, maybe it's wise doing that. If it's going to help a school district, I as a monitor, I wouldn't want to have to go get 4 or 5 different checks. That's craziness. If an MOU could be written where, you know, I do it with your district and then the other 4 districts over there are accepting it, why isn't that good?
Yeah.
Right. But
saves money.
But then, go ahead.
Do we have to tell them that they need to have an MOU, or can we just assume that they will do that because they want to share?
Well,
I agree with you. I don't think that necessarily we have to put it into the statute that there's going to be an MOU between districts.
Then why do we need the bill?
Move the background check out of the
Right.
department. into
Yeah,
the-
yeah.
Take a vote?
How about just a show of hands? How many people would like to just take a vote and get this thing done today? Or how many people would, okay, I guess we're all there. Okay, so let's move on with it then. So is there any further discussion on the bill right now? We're on SB 39. The motion on the table is ought to pass. Any further discussion on that motion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll then?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Blackus?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luna?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 nay.
All right with consent? Okay, we'll put that one on consent. The next bill is SB 77 relative to changes in school placement for students. Representative Cordelli, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you. I would like to move ought to pass on Senate Bill 77.
Is there a second? Representative Lekis makes a second, so we have a motion on the table ought to pass on SB 77 made by Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Lekis. Representative Cordelli, do you have any discussion?
Thank you. I believe that in our statute for best interest and manifest education hardship, throughout this section of law, it refers to approved private schools or public academies. I think that all our options defined in law already. So I think that in this section 3A, that it should be reflective of the rest of the statute, regardless of whether it's a policy in this section of the statute. I think it has to be consistent with the rest of the chapter.
Further discussion from the second? No? Further discussion from the committee? Representative Tanner?
So I'm confused about an approved private school. Is it, what's it approved for? Is it approved for providing an adequate education? Is it approved for compulsory education? I have yet to find out what it's approved for. I mean, I know the school board has to approve it, but what are they approving it for? What's the approval process? Yeah.
And how do
I
they do
can tell you that I recall when we gave approval to Freiburg Academy and St. Johnsbury Academy, that came about as a result that we were tuitioning students from this state to those academies. And there was a lot of discussion back then in those days whether we should be doing that at all. And St. J called up and said, hey, we receive in revenue on tuition each year from you in New Hampshire, $1.5 million. And so I found a place in statute, and I unfortunately, all my stickies are in the old book, not in the old book. And I had one there where the commissioner of education in this state has given us the authority to approve these schools based on the fact that they are part of a state which has an interstate government agreement with us. Vermont and Maine both do. And so that means if they're an approved school by the department over there, either in Montpelier or in Augusta, they are approved here. Now, so at that time, Ginny Berry, Commissioner Berry, wrote a letter the next day saying those were approved schools. Now, I'd have to find that area statute which allows the commissioner to do that.
So as a follow-up, so we're talking about approved by the commissioner or approved by the local school board? Does anybody know what the process of that is? I mean, how they go about approving? I mean, I can see St. John's, a school approved in Vermont by meeting the adequate education policies there, and also if they meet the adequate education policies in Maine, fine, it's reciprocal. But I'm not sure how we go about looking at every private school in New Hampshire, whether they're approved or not, or who approves them, whether there's a list or, do you know?
There isn't a list on the Department of Education website. There's a list of approved private schools.
Of approved,
Yep.
and they've been approved by the commissioner.
By the department, yeah. The commissioner is ultimately responsible.
And we don't know what it's, by that kind of, because the school board has a responsibility to make sure that the students that they support get an adequate education. That's in statute, that they have to get the opportunity for an adequate education. So I'm assuming that if a school board approves a private school, they've checked to make sure that that school meets the standards of adequate education as defined in our statute.
Here's the section I'm talking to, making references, 194:23-B, small b, and it's Roman number 2, and it reads, the commissioner of the Department of Education may, through an agreement with another state, when such state and New Hampshire are parties to an interstate agreement, allow New Hampshire pupils to attend schools that meet the standards established by one of the two states. So it's basically what I said, that if it's approved by Augusta, it's good.
And I get that.
That's on page 586.
Yep.
I would, looking at the chapter that we're in, the section of law, if in relation to the best interest of the child, if the superintendent agrees that it's in the best interest of the child, the superintendent shall initiate a change of assignment to within the current assigned school district to another public school or public academy within the district, or to a public school, public academy, or approved private school in another district.
Right, and that's that term. My problem is the term approved.
But this isn't in the best interest section. This is
No.
in the manifest education hardship section.
Right.
Well, I think they're all part of the same, in that if this parent, the family does not get agreement with the superintendent, they can appeal to the school board, which is the manifest education hardship provisions. And ultimately then to the state board.
Right, but I think, but financial responsibilities, I think, are different in the best interest compared to the manifest educational hardship section, and and I think this what's being modified here is not what, I mean, on page 507 in the right-hand column, paragraph D, a parent or guardian can make a specific request to a public school, public academy, or approved private school within the district or outside of the district. And then that language is repeated in paragraph F if the school board finds that the student has a manifest education hardship, and it uses all that language. But what Senate Bill 77 is doing is modifying on the left-hand column of 508, page 508, paragraph E, where each school board shall establish a policy which shall allow the school board, with the recommendation to of the superintendent, to take appropriate action, including assignment to another public school or public academy within the district, or public academy, public school outside of the district. This is adding approved private school to both of those, and it really changes the it changes the obligation at the very top of the left-hand column of 508. It begins with the bottom of the right-hand column of 507, where it talks about the tuition shall be computed according, the school board of the district in which the student resides shall approve the tuition payment. It's a different, I don't know,
But the school, if you look, the school board shall establish a policy that is consistent with the state board's rules. So they can't go off and say, we're just going to establish a policy that says we're going to let the kid go to the school district to the north of us.
Right, but it's basically requiring every school board to have in place tuition agreements with non-public schools, and school boards don't have to do that right now. They can certainly have specific contracts with non-public schools consistent with state policy, but they don't actually have to have a school board policy to have contracts with non-public schools. And that's what the modification in E is doing. Was there a specific case where this, that necessitated this bill?
My recollection is the testimony that was that this was to make this consistent with the rest of the section, and I do believe that was the same rationale that was used in the Senate when they passed this.
Right. So the rationale was essentially housekeeping, but this isn't a housekeeping section. That's what just because certain language is used in other paragraphs doesn't mean that this language, that language where a parent may request or a school board may approve, that language should also exist in the paragraph that says the school board shall establish policy. Because they don't have to establish policy on this. They don't have to establish tuition agreements with non-public schools. Parents can certainly request, school boards can certainly approve on a case-by-case basis. Which are the other two paragraphs.
It does mention on page 509, Roman 7, in this section, approved as school tuition program means the school that has been approved and contracted by the school board to provide students with the opportunity to acquire an adequate education as defined in RSA 193B2.
Right. I'm not suggesting that the non-public schools are in any way less than adequate.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that school board doesn't have to establish a list of non-public schools where they have tuition programs, which is what E is asking them to do, as opposed to public schools where they have superintendent to superintendent agreed on a manifest hardship.
Representative Lucas.
I don't get your argument at all about lists and all that kind of stuff. It just said it should establish a policy consistent with state board's rules, which allow the school board, with the recommendation of the superintendent, to take appropriate action, including assignment 2. And then it lists those three, which are under, those three are under 193.3. F3 is one of the options. And so it makes sense that if that's one of the options, that a school board should come up with a policy of how they're going to deal with those options, because the options are in the law right now. And that's just say, all this says is you got to come up with a policy for how you're going to handle those options. And they may decide that their policy is never to send a kid to a approved private school. That may be their policy, but they have to come up with a policy because these three options are what's in law right now in 193.3. So I don't understand your objection.
Any further discussion on this? Not seeing it. We do have a motion on the table, and the motion was to OTP by Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Lucas. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lucas,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luna,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Led,
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll move ITL.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the table right now to ITL, SB 77, made by Representative Luno and second by Representative Myler. Further discussion? No? Okay, Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Lucas,
No.
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Alboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Led,
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, who's going to write it?
I'll write the ITL.
Okay, got them both. Okay, the next bill we have is SB 109. This is relative to school safety and coordination with law enforcement. Representative Dry,
I move ought to pass.
is there a second?
Second.
Representative Ford. Representative Dry, do you want to speak to your motion?
Just a couple things to refresh our memory that this talks about the physical actual records being able to be disclosed. The impetus for it is an incident at the school that was a serious threat to school safety, and only a law enforcement level information is transferred, and they go by the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act and all applicable state law.
Is there any further discussion on this? I believe the officer was from up north, right? Yeah. Representative Ladd, yeah, Officer Ladd. A lot of lads up there.
Sergeant Ladd?
Yeah. Staff Sergeant. Okay, so any further discussion on that? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Petronell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden? Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Yeah, no objections to consent? Got it. Okay. Next bill we have is SB 136. And we are going to hold and not deal with that bill today. So we're just not taking action on that today. So we're jumping over 136 to 151. And we heard that bill today. And let's see, we had discussed out in, to retain that. So who wants to make a motion to retain? Representative Cordelli, do you want to make a motion?
I move we retain this bill.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to retain SB 151. That's relative to mental health education, made by Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Luno. Further discussion? Not seeing any? Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Petronell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay. We're up to 152 right now. This is relative to New Hampshire workforce training programs. I'd like to have a little discussion, if we could please, on that before we take a motion on the table. Representative Cornell, was there any discussion of this bill yesterday at the CTE meeting you attended?
Yes, there was, and they were very excited that we possibly would be passing this because it could combine welding with scuba diving, make a certificate to enable a growing workforce. They were thinking they would be started in one CTE location, possibly. I think they were thinking Portsmouth because the pool is walkable distance from the CTE center. And so they could just combine the two programs. But they are always looking for new careers or new certificates for the growing changes that are happening in the workforce right now.
Was there any discussion on the Offshore Wind Industry Workforce Training Center Committee? That's part of this bill?
No.
No, there wasn't. Is there further discussion from the group regarding this bill before we take some action on it? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just
Well, let's
Senator Waters wasn't at the meeting yesterday. He was on video. And he did speak to the growing field of wind and how many jobs it would provide and how in other states that are doing it, it's very successful. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say the marine trades, it sounds absolutely amazing. Having done some time at the shipyard myself, that's definitely a good career field. There's definitely jobs that need to be filled in that field. That said, I don't have any interest personally in further subsidizing an already very expensive energy source in wind energy. I think it's entirely likely that if we train energy jobs, or rather wind energy jobs here, because of the minimal coastline we have and because of the political environment in New Hampshire, it's entirely likely these jobs are going to leave the state. So I would not be for this bill unless we can pull the marine trades out and do that separately.
Further discussion on the bill? Yes, Representative Lekis?
One of the things that we noticed was that this commission, Offshore Wind Energy Workforce Training Center Committee, has no legislators on it. Just a comment.
Regarding the
commission makeup.
Yeah, oh, yeah, okay. Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thanks, Chairman. I sat through this on the video screen. I was excited about listening to the options, the potential for growth in New Hampshire and growth in the workforce in all fields of marine and alternative power options, and listening about the balancing things in the ocean versus being the stabilized ones for options. I think this is terrific for New Hampshire. And I don't concur with my neighbor here to the left about the political options here in New Hampshire about alternative power and climate.
There was some question that several of us had regarding the makeup of the commission, but correct me if I'm wrong here, Jen, that due to the fact this is not a legislative commission, we don't have to have elected officials on it. Is that correct?
Conversations about this upstairs, and it just doesn't quite seem to square with the committees and commissions that are normal legislative study commissions. It is a commission and it can study things, but it's established within the executive department of business and economic affairs. It doesn't have any legislative members assigned. Not the general court doesn't appoint any members to the committee, and the committee doesn't really report to the general court. So it is a commission or committee and it's studying things. We didn't feel like it goes to a legislative study committee because of all those reasons. It seems to be much more executive here.
Yes, Representative Cascadden. Thank you, Jen.
Thanks. Just to add to that, it sounds to me that it is a lot like any other program in a CTE center. They all have an advisory council that is sort of out in the field that specializes. So there's a bridge between the workforce and what the kids are learning. So that's how I view that. That's their makeup or recommended makeup of that advisory council to the program.
It's a little bit different than the one that Representative Cornell's on, seeing that she's on that as a representative from the general court.
The whole CTE though, not one that's, right? Are you doing the whole, right, it is different,
Yeah, it's a little different. This one, the reason why the question was brought up was we have an area statute, it's 1449:49, which was just passed last year. And that was Representative Ebel's cleanup bill on committees and commissions. And it stated within that any new commissions or committees, which they use the word committee to also cover commission, can have no more than 15 members on it, no less than 5, of which over half those members on must be elected officials. That's what we have new. That's new in legislation. So apparently it's not applicable to this particular thing right here. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Myler.
Yeah, I would move us to ought to pass this. I mean, this is a bipartisan bill that's coming out of the Senate. It provides an alternative workforce path I just don't see the problems. One of the things we found that even in the marine area, up in the lakes area, for example, of how you're going to begin to have young people begin to learn how to deal with motors, etc. I just think this is a good thing. I don't understand why we're messing around with it. I would move Dr. Pass at the appropriate time.
Representative Kastanek, we're still in discussion though.
Yeah,
Representative
just
Cascade.
wanted to add to what you just said. My excitement for this was the wind industry. So if you go north, you're gonna see a lot of, wind, towers. for lack
Yeah,
of a
I'm
better
going to
word.
be
I know there's
traveling
nothing.
tomorrow
but
up
there's a
through
lot of
upstate
it.
New York.
There's a lot
and
of
going from Lake Champlain all the way over to Canton through Potsdam. As you're going from the Lake Champlain area to Ellenburg, which is further west, it's solid turbines. The unfortunate thing is the communities down below are all looking like they're bankrupt. They've sold the property out, they left the land, but upstate New York's never been a prosperous place. So, at any rate, Representative Lekes.
Yeah, I guess the idea, we're setting up a fund for the part of which will be used for this commission, but my question is, who then oversees or committee rather, who then oversees the committee, the money, the spending of the money, et cetera? I'm not sure how this is all works since we're not part of it, but we're providing the money.
Chairman Ludd?
Yes.
I'm
Representative.
looking at line 18 to 20, and I agree with Representative Lekes. It says the Commissioner of Education is authorized to establish procedures for the use of funds and to disperse funds as recommended by the Offshore Wind Industry Workforce Training Center Committee. I agree. I don't know where the oversight is on the use of these funds.
Further discussion on this? Is it worth amending to put in some elected officials on it? No? Representative Cordelli?
Yeah, I just have some difficulty. We talked, there was mention anyway of the industrial wind towers we see around New Hampshire, which is called ridgeline power, is the most inefficient. And we've seen pictures of blades that have come down and are buried in the ground. What happens after 20 years when a tower is decommissioned? What happens to that? We'll find out in, maybe another 15 years, I guess. I see the same problems with offshore wind, and I don't know what the solution is there. I've read about the problems they're having off the coast of New Jersey with fish and whales dying, and no one is really sure of the reason, and if that's related to the beginnings of installation of offshore wind there. So I have reservations about industrial wind and offshore wind both.
Representative Dry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to see the marine section go down because of a committee on wind force, but I'm having a problem with this committee because here we are in education. It's talking about workforce training. There's no legislators on this, and it reports just to the governor and then the BIA. It just sounds like it's incongruous, in this bill. And I would really rather divide it and make sure that the marine CTE section gets passed.
Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm in favor of the bill. I was going to note that both in the testimony we heard in the hearing, and if you read lines, sorry, let me re-find it here, 17 to 19 on the first page, the funding is from businesses and industries. It's not from the state. We're not funding it. I think having a committee to explore offshore wind is not the same thing as setting up offshore wind. And we need to have people learn and understand and communicate about it. I think renewable energy is very much the direction we should go in. There have been these kinds of wind, I'm not sure what the right terminology is, but for lack of a better word, towers, on the seacoast of Spain for at least 20 years, and they're very safe and very productive. They've been well established and they've expanded over time. Other countries are way ahead of us in renewable energy. We need to catch up.
Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move the process along. I'll second.
There's no motion on the table.
You didn't take it. You didn't, okay.
No motion on the table.
Right. Okay.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little, I agree with Margaret. I think she's good, Representative Pereira. The commission and the function of the task force, although as Representative Damon said, it's not connected to government money. I just can't believe we're sitting here talking about possibly negating a program that's going to teach basic marine technology that's going to improve all kinds of training in addition to marine on solar because of potential whales dying in New Jersey. It makes absolutely no sense to me. We're talking about what's going to happen here, how we can train our youngsters coming out of high school and college, and young adults who are already out of high school and college in an inexpensive way to get a high-tech skill. And we're saying, no, we don't want to do it because the committee's not right. I think we're moving in the wrong direction.
I don't know. I thought we were all concerned about the environment. Certainly, the sea mammals are part of the environment.
Representative Belcher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to offer a brief correction, I think, to something we heard a few minutes ago suggesting that the state is not paying for this. Line 14 does, in fact, say, shall include state appropriations designated for the purposes of the fund, so that there will be state funds going toward this.
CTE funds, the school. Great. Any other teacher program.
Representative Lucas, and then coming across.
2 points. One is just, there are places out west that have these windmills, and the problem that they're having is they are non-compostable, biodegradable, et cetera. And when one of them comes down, it will completely fill a landfill, and they don't know what to do with them. And they're trying to figure out, because they're made to last. They don't break down, but they don't break down. And so it is an issue. That's just on the ecology part of it. But why do we need to do a committee for industry to figure out what might work? It's all industry to figure out whether or not it makes sense, especially if it's industry money, unless they're looking for our money. They could do their own. They've certainly done it for all kinds of other programs where industry has gotten together, said this is what we want, this is what it should look like, etc., recommended it to community college, CTE, and they've adopted it. So why are we getting involved with that part? I would love to see the first part go through.
Representative Cascadden.
I think it's a shame that we are talking so much about anti of this. The way that I'm viewing it, and again, it's just my view, is that this is the opportunity for an additional career and technical ed pathway to a profession, not necessarily being the installer of the wind towers, but to study the science of it and all the jobs that go with marine, marine trades. And so it's another program that I foresee would be run under the Jeff Beard's department as another career and technical ed program, and let them figure out how that's going to look. And their committee, like the other committees like culinary arts, welding, auto, building trades, they have industry-related partners who work with the school and a parent representation to always evaluate and assess the program based on the market. And it gives kids opportunities to look for other pathways. It's just like Colebrook just got a new CTE center, and I think they're adding, I don't remember if they added culinary arts as well, but you know, they're looking for the Balsams Resort and training kids to start getting into that line of work. Well, you could talk about, well, what's the point? Is it food waste? You know, it's not sanitary, it's not this, it's not that. I think we need to look at this as a program and then let the school districts who are regional centers do the rest.
Further discussion, Representative Damon?
Just want to remind everybody that the League of Conservation Voters supported the entire bill.
Further discussion? Okay, we're going to take a caucus for about 5-10 minutes here. I think this is going to be a vote your conscience bill. Just vote it as you see it.
Could I just add, I'm confused about the committee and what they're supposed to be doing. It talks about this, to study the need to build and staff offshore workforce training centers. But and it talks about CTE at the same time. I don't know if this committee is supposed to promote development of the industry and study how to move forward with the industry, or if it's related to CTE, because it talks about CTE in line 32 in various, but then it also talks about leasing and capital expenditures for facilities and so forth. So I'm confused about what this committee does, and the fact that, as Representative Petronell pointed out, the Commissioner of Education is in charge of the funds and distribution of funds, but he doesn't even get a copy of the report they produce. No.
No,
But
the
it-
commissioner reports annually, but it, 29, lines 29 and 30 on page 1, and then 1 and 2 on page 2. They're supposed to report to the.
Right, the income and expenditures, right, but not what the committee is doing.
But the commissioner is a member of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass.
We have a motion on the table, ought to pass on 152, relative to New Hampshire workforce training programs made by Representative McDonald, second by Representative Myler. Representative McDonald, do you have anything to add to this?
Yes, we just had a great discussion and we heard good arguments on both sides. However, our CTE programs are largely successful and we should support expansions to the program because this would increase the ability of students to be trained in careers and increase their chances of success in the workforce, and we should support that.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Lekis,
No.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes, please.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
15 yeas, 5 nays.
Okay, so that report will be OTP.
Is anyone doing a minority report?
Is there a minority report? Okay, Representative Belcher. SB 155, relative to adoption of school administrative unit budgets. Let's have a little discussion on this first. I think there's a little bit of questions on this adoption of the school administrative unit budgets. Remember, we had this budget manager from Pemmy Baker in here to discuss that. And my notes are not really, I was listening more to him than not taking notes, which I should have taken notes. But he said the contracts need clarity, implementation subject to interpretation. Has DRA been involved in this? The answer was no. Bob, at the ballot process is problematic. Why alternative, I'm reading my writing here, I need a little cursive here. Why alternate process for all districts? Leave this to local elections. In basic, what is the need for it? I don't, Representative Cascadden, do you have any more on that?
So it sounded like a very strong.
Representative Lucas?
My issue with this was that if you were a single district, you could still not amend or change the warrant article in any way prior to the vote. And we have in our town, certainly throughout the history of the town, had things that were very divided, that people were very much in disagreement. And by the end of the either town meeting or deliberative session, we had come up with a plan that we could support and then passed. And so I would hate it for that not to be able to happen. It makes sense if it's multiple districts, because then you got this one voting this, amending this way, and then that would be chaos. But if it's a single district, there's no reason why that can't be done and then come up with something that everybody can agree to. And they did recently send me a suggestion for an amendment, which I can put in But I'm not going to do that if everybody here is just planning on ITLing this, because what's the point? But if it looks like people want to move forward at all, I will happily put that in.
Further discussion, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I believe we had testimony from a representative that this was all about transparency and administrative costs. I did go and find the DOE report that was referred to, the A12D Central Office Personnel Form, that does require each fall districts to report the number of superintendents, assistant superintendents, finance professionals, etc. So they already do that reporting to DOE each year. I would think it would be easier to make that information, post that information for the public than to go through all this and have a separate SAU budget vote. So in this case, I think simpler is better. And so I think I will vote the same way I did for the House bill.
And that is?
That was ITL.
There's so many.
Further discussion, Representative Lekis?
Yes, not knowing the name of that form, one of my constituents and I had gone through trying to get this information because we were told it's on the website. So we went on iPlatform and we could find the immediate administrator, the superintendent, whatever, but not all the things on that list because we had no idea what it was called or that there was a form. And we know more than a lot of people, right? So I don't think the public can find those, but the other part of that is by dividing it out, just like we divide out the teacher salaries and the other things, it means that they can vote on that section separately. It's transparency. Number one, they can see what it is, but number two, they can vote on it. And that might mean that they don't vote down the whole school district funding if this is rolled into it and they say it's too high, but they may vote just on it may save one or the other of them, depending upon what the budget is and what people feel. But it seems to make sense to me where we're voting on teacher salaries and all those other things, let them vote on this too and let people see what it is.
Further discussion? Representative Myler?
I believe that this committee dealt with House Bill 563 in the earlier, and this committee voted 19-1 to ITL, almost an identical bill from dealing with this topic. So I would hope that we would continue that because I don't think it's necessary, and I thank Representative Cordelli for pointing out the report that's already available.
So not seeing any further discussion here. Representative Cordelli, do you want to make a motion?
I would love to. I would move ITL.
So we have a motion on the table to ITL made by Representative Cordelli, second by Representative Myler. Representative Cordelli, you've already spoken to it. Do you need to speak again?
I do not.
Representative Myler?
Nor do I.
Anybody else? Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
No?
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Coratiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, I need to change my vote to a yes.
Okay. How's that? And then, so that's 15 yays, 5 nays. Good?
Will there be a
Tricky there.
minority report? Representative Lekis? Okay. Last bill on the docket today is 213. This bill is relative to educational institution policies on social media. I'll open this up to discussion, to have the discussion first. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I guess I don't have a large problem with the intent, but I have a problem with execution and issues related to privacy. There is RSA 189-68-A dealing with student online personal information, and any internet-based site that is primarily for K-12 purposes, for education, has certain requirements. I don't know if this bill is in compliance with that. I wrote to Director Beard, who forwarded my concerns to the DOE legal counsel, who has not yet gotten back to us with an answer to my concerns. But the whole issue, as I mentioned, I think prior, is relation to what's called digital badging and digital credentials, which is clearly what this involves. I have issues, I can just name off a few of them. Who can create and upload content? Who can access and review data? Can the student or the parents modify or delete information that's on the site? Who has ownership of that data? Can student data be deleted upon account cancellation, graduation, or request from the student? Who has access to see that information? Who has ability to download that information? Can personal information from the site be sold or rented to third parties? Can user information be transferred to a third party in the event that the company is merged or acquired? It is unclear whether parental consent is required before personal information is collected or disclosed. Parental consent notice and method for submission is not provided for. Can parents of minors have access to see what credentials are being added for the student? It's possible that unfavorable information could be added to the site. We don't know, and will the student or their parents know about that? Would parents be allowed to withdraw consent for further collection of information? So those are some of my concerns about the system that is being discussed here in general. And without further provision for security and privacy related to this information, I can't support it at this time. I should have turned off my mic though.
I got a question for you, Representative Cordelli, then. In the amendment was presented to us by Senator Waters, it replaces paragraph 2 with a new paragraph. And within that amendment, it speaks to attaining written parental consent. And goes on, and it talks about the provision of personally identifiable information. So if in fact the parent has provided that consent, is the school district or the CTE center still going to be responsible for what happens to that student information? Is there a liability issue there at all? I'm curious. I think, as you said, I like the intent of this bill, but I also want to know, is that enough? New paragraph number 2, enough to put the onus of all this on the parent?
Yeah, I think it helps, but from my mind, it doesn't go far enough. And my concern with these types of systems, it does not apply just to here for CTE. It's my intention to hopefully next year or the year after, depending on what happens, to bring legislation that would also affect the community college system and the university system, because I think the same issues apply there, even more so.
Representative Myler?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just have a procedural question. We have the March 28th amendment from Senator Waters, and we have been given another amendment from Representative McDonald, and I'm not sure how you want to deal with the substance of the bill vis-a-vis these two amendments, and how you want to go forward in dealing with these amendments in relationship to the main bill.
Okay, the first amendment I spoke to is one that was provided by Senator Waters
Right, yeah.
at the time the bill was presented. So I thought I'd look at that first. We're not going to take any action on any of this until we have them both explained to us.
Okay.
And so that, looking at Amendment 1269H, which is Representative McDonald's amendment, perhaps we ought to, does everybody have Senator Waters' amendment?
I do not.
You weren't here, or were you here?
I think I missed
I can let you just read that right there, what I had. Then what we'll do is we'll jump over the Senator Waters amendment right now and go right to Representative McDonald's amendment. And Representative McDonald, could you please explain what you've done here with your amendment?
Yes, I would like to. Just now was mentioned some safety concerns that with unattended consequences that differ from the intent of the bill as proposed. So I hope my amendment addresses some of those concerns. It just adds one sentence to the end of section 1 that states, nothing in this section shall encourage student involvement in careers as influencers, social media models, internet personalities, or otherwise diminish student safety. And the last 2 words are really the heart of the amendment, student safety. I am confident that no one wants to endanger or infringe upon the safety of students, and this amendment is not to discourage students from participating in those kind of activities, but it just recognizes that school is not the place to encourage that. Thank you.
So you're talking about the platform that they may be using for their technical education or that aspect of learning. No platform will be used that's going to infringe upon the student's safety.
No, it's more than that.
Yeah.
Some of these platforms as well, it might not be the platform that's the issue, but it's how the student chooses to engage in that platform. A lot of these tools can be used for marketing and career purposes, but there's other students who may be pressured from societal influences to do maybe unsafe behaviors, and school isn't the place to encourage that.
Thank you, Representative Myler.
Yeah, Representative McDonald, excuse my my age here, but I would like if you could define these terms of influencers, social media models, internet personalities, I don't know how those are used. If you could define those for me, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, and I am willing to play around with the wording of these if it's something like that that would have caused this amendment or the bill to fail. But in regards to those terms, those are influencers are somebody who, through their social media accounts, establishes a career, where social media itself is the career. And the intent was stated that CTE programs are the career, and social media is just a tool to advocate for that. These are just kind of careers in social media themselves, such as posting content online, sometimes nude content, naked photos, and just things like that that would diminish student safety.
Representative Cascan?
Thanks. I have actually two questions. I don't know what digital badging is. What is?
If I might.
Yes, go ahead.
Many of us might be familiar with Girl Scout or Boy Scout merit badges, and you used to have a sash. You know, you sewed your merit badge on this. This is like those. Those badges are now digital, in that they are part of a software system where you can add badges for or credentials for certain things, like even, you know, passing a course in college or things like that.
Certificate.
The certificate.
Like a certificate.
Yeah, right. But
And we wouldn't want that? Or
beg pardon?
you wouldn't want that? Or would it be because there's a chance that an outside entity would?
My concern is the privacy of that information. If someone, I might not necessarily know what someone is posting as a quote, a credential to my account. You know, I want to make sure that I have access to look at that, or if I'm a minor, that my parent would have access to look at that information. Those types of concerns.
Oh, okay.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to kind of follow up a little bit with what Rep. Cordelli was speaking of too. It's similar, but not exactly the same. I can envision that if we move toward a system, as we say, of digital badging or something to that effect, we're going to create an incentive structure that creates something of an industry standard for hiring practices, for saying that this student has this competency and therefore they are good to go in this. And the problem is, if we're going to third-party social media for this sort of thing, social media, they have their own terms of service that have to be abided by, and they don't go by the U.S. Constitution. I can speak personally as somebody who has been at one point or another probably suspended from just about every social media platform that exists. People, I don't think we want to create a situation where students in high school need to feel like they're walking on eggshells to at all times make sure that their social media presence isn't being compromised in order to go get a job thereafter. And I think we need to really be cautious about what kind of sort of social control over job functions we're providing to third-party companies.
Yes, Representative Cascade.
Just to add information, and I don't know if this solves what you're thinking, but a few years back, well, actually before I want to say, I don't know, maybe 5-6 years ago, there was a law that said all school districts had to create data security plans, and they had to inventory every single piece of software that was being used in the district. And then we had to purchase GoGuardian, which flags every individual student that might use a word that might not be appropriate. Like if they did an essay and in the word they had no, they wouldn't have a swear word. Like, I don't know, kill or something that would raise attention to the safety of the child. And I'm wondering if there's CTE software that is third party, why wouldn't it go through the same vetting process that all software? So I'm trying to see what is actually done to vet all of that public software. I mean, because kids use Prodigy and Naviance and a whole bunch of softwares that are third party, but they're vetted first. And then there is a guard system within the district, because we buy that software, like a security system, where the IT staff can pick up specifically which student is entering something inappropriate or accessing something from the outside. So I don't know if that's enough based on the interpretation of this bill, or whether this is still required, but it's not something as a superintendent I would ever worry about with the safeguards that we have in place.
No, I did receive a communication from Jeff Beard here back on March 22. And I'll read it, seeing I only have one copy here in front of me. He says, the current proposal is to amend RSA 189:70, educational institution policies on social media. You need to open up more than social media. I would suggest the amendment belongs in RSA 189:66, Roman 5. So if you have that right now, you might be looking at that. RSA 189:66, Roman 5. RSA 189:66 is the General Data Inventory and Policies Publication Statute. Section 5 is the provision that currently requires each LEA to develop a data and privacy governance plan. The issue we are running into is the district's data privacy and governance plans are that they have to have signed a DPA agreement with the consortium. This is the broader provision and covers all sorts of platform/digital tools. I agree, and if it's possible, amending RSA 189:66 would address the issue we've discussed of CTE teachers and students finding it difficult to access industry-recognized credential assessments and industry standard tools such as Adobe Pro and SolidWorks and CTE programs. So there was a recommendation came from him to change where this is. Is it wise that we take a little bit of time? You know, Representative Cordelli has said that he has some issues with personal data. I think we all probably do. But there's also, according to the director here, we're going into the wrong area of statute. Representative Myler.
I think that might be wise. I want to go back to the original intent of this bill. The original intent of the bill was to provide opportunities for students to get access to platforms that they can't right now. And in getting access to those platforms, it might give them an opportunity to become certified in a particular line of study or a particular area. So I want to be respectful of Representative Cordelli's concerns about privacy. We've had that before this committee many times, but I also don't want to lose the intent of the bill that allows students to get more than what they currently have. And I thought originally, well, maybe Senator Waters' bill dealing with the parent to provide that sense of, I was okay with that. So I guess, Representative Vlad, I don't want to lose the merits of trying to get students opportunities to gain greater access to what they currently can, so that they can advance themselves in their own knowledge and perhaps their own certification opportunities. So perhaps taking a little more time to look at some of this stuff would be good, because I like the bill. The intent of the bill, I guess, is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I concur with you. I think the bill has real good merit, good purpose. If we have some things we have to tweak or get a better handle on, we ought to take some time to do that. Representative Cornell?
Thank you. Doesn't Senator Waters' amendment refer to RSA 189:66 and insert Roman 6 after 5?
Yeah.
To fix that?
Does.
Yeah. He'd be putting something beyond 5. Yes.
I'm not sure I understand the problem and why we are changing anything. I read through the section you gave us, 189.66.5,
Yeah.
but it doesn't, as far as I can tell, say they can't do these things. So I'm wondering, is there an RSA someplace else that we're missing that says that they can't do these things? Is it 189.74? Maybe the one we're working on, because putting it in 5, it just says minimum standards for privacy and security of student employee data based on best practices for local education agencies. So they have to develop a data and privacy governance plan, et cetera, but it doesn't say what it is. It just says what it has to, the things it has to take into consideration. So according to that, we don't need any of this. So what is it that's saying that we do need this stuff? And so I guess I have to look at this other 189.74B or whatever.
Representative Cascadden?
Sites that are different, they aren't vetted. Maybe they're funded by advertisement or whatever is out there. I'd like to have answer some questions.
Let's see, the amendment which Jeff had here, it says, students participating in career exploration or career technical education may, with written parent consent, register for technology platforms and services to be used as part of the student's program of study. So it means if it's part of the program of study, I would assume that that's been approved by the instructor or the course, the program. Pardon me? Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I looked back at that.
Yeah. Representative Lekis?
Yeah, I don't see why putting it where he suggested we put it makes any sense. Because really the part that says that they can't do those things is 189.70, which says that they can't require or request a student or prospective student to disclose or provide access to a personal social media account. But that's a personal one, not a school one. Access personal social media, et cetera. But it's talking about
Yeah, it's an exception. I was thinking the same thing.
yeah, but the rule has to do, right, but the rule has to do with personal accounts. And we're not talking about personal accounts, we're talking about school accounts. So I'm not sure how it all fits together.
Are we talking personal accounts?
That's my question. What
Representative
are we
Belcher?
talking about?
I think I might be able to help clarify a little bit of this because we seem to be getting some wires crossed. Per that letter you just read, we were talking about some Adobe programs and trying to get certification in these. According to current law, a social media account is defined an account, service, or profile on a social networking website that is used by a current or prospective student primarily for personal communications. Adobe is not a social networking website. There is nothing in this current law that would prohibit utilizing that service or obtaining certifications using that service or account, unless you were then trying to link that account to a private social media to perhaps advertise on your social media that you've met some certification on Adobe.
He speaks to recognize industry standards and industry recognize credential assessments and industry standard tools such as Adobe, etc. So that doesn't sound like it's social to me.
It's not. Adobe is not a social media platform.
Right.
Representative Tanner, then Representative Damon.
I just want to mention that it's not just the career technical schools that are having an issue with this, that Sunapee, I actually went and met with the IT director there, and they have courses, elective courses like, graphic design, and they need to download some of these different programs, and the programs with them have maybe badges with, located with them, but, and they're having trouble deciding which ones they can, which ones they can't. So even though it's not a social media thing where, you have friends and you're bouncing stuff over a whole bunch of people, it still has the different levels of, competition or different levels that you get to, and drafting programs or coding programs. You can get those online for free, but there's always free is not always free.
It says in 18970, the part we're looking to amend, it defines social media account as one used primarily for personal communications, and yet this amendment put in was for career and technical, but that's not talking about something used primarily for personal communications. That's talking about something used for the classroom platform, technology platforms and services used as part of the student's program of study. And I'm wondering, are we putting these in the right place? One talks about one thing, primarily it says for personal communications, but the stuff they're doing with the CTE is not primarily for personal communications, it's for study, right? And so, I don't know.
Representative Damon, did you have your hand up earlier? I did. Okay, Representative Dry.
Thank you. Can somebody explain to me why the amendment from Senator Waters and the new paragraph on the original bill are almost identical? Their words are a little different, but they say exactly the same thing, except for the original bill says such technology and services shall have a direct connection to the student content areas of study. So why are we putting the same thing in two places if we adopted the amendment?
Representative Damon.
So they're not actually entirely the same, because in the original bill on line 12, it says parental opt-in.
This one says with written parental consent.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying it's the same. Right.
Senator Waters' amendment replaces paragraph 2.
And puts it in a new place.
So it takes away, you just X out paragraph 2 and put this amendment
That's
under
in,
5.
That's in.
So it's not, not the same thing twice. You're doing away with, it says amend the bill by replacing section 2.
He also changes where to put it. It's a different RSA.
Right, but this doesn't get rid of, this gets rid of this in this, okay, got it, thank you. So it just moves it to that other place. Thank
Representative
you.
Belcher and then Representative Ford.
Thank you. And if I may, just to briefly recall some of the testimony, I believe from a sponsor or somebody adjacent, they referred to this colloquially as the LinkedIn bill. None of the things that were described that we've heard so far are social media that would be prohibited under current law. LinkedIn, however, is social media, does have a private terms of service. They do have, if I'm not mistaken, the capacity to collect badges and such. And I think that it seems to me to be the real purpose behind this bill.
Representative Damon, you're thinking.
Thank you. So I just want to note that the way that people communicate today is different in many cases than what most of this committee grew up with and has more familiarity with. One of the ways that students can market themselves for internships, apprentices, jobs, further education is through the digital badging. So we do need to address the considerations that have been raised in the safety, but I think we need to do it somewhat expeditiously because we are shortchanging these kids if they don't have this way of communicating.
Representative Ford?
I start out by saying, I'm not of this world. I don't know these programs. I couldn't turn on a machine and make any of them work. Period. End of sentence. Now, having said that, I hear this discussion in two different ways, that they're two separate needs. I hear through my wife and all the students she works with, the need for digital badging. But the purpose of it, when you apply for a job, is to show that you know it. Not to have access to it, not to be connected to it, but that you know how to use it. That's what a transcript tells you. You know a mathematics, you know history, you know whatever. Whatever the thing you have to know is in your transcript. It tells you that. It doesn't happen to mention digital badges. I'm wondering if one way to keep people from divulging or be susceptible to, and I share your concern about the records being kept off campus, so to speak, in a private company that profits from manipulating you. That's the nature of the business. What if you could transfer the badging credits only to the transcript and require that to be listed on the transcript as an official confirmation of expertise? Or it doesn't have to be the school contract. It can be whatever. We can create one. But the idea is to separate this is what you have expertise in from the actual thing of, oh, gee, I can click over here and then go into this thing that's going to get me in trouble. Just an idea.
Representative Luna?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think your suggestion, your and Representative Myler's suggestion earlier that maybe we get some another amendment put together, possibly with the assistance of Mr. Beard, and to go after, and I think Representative Belcher actually was right on it when he talked about LinkedIn and the badges, and they use that platform as sort of like a matchmaker between employers and potential employees, and you know, and it does sort of speed things along. There's still an interview. You still got to prove you know what you know, but that's how I think a lot of our students are connecting with potential employers, and being able to have that badging process work in conjunction with the CTE workforce development programs. But I think getting some support from Mr. Beard would be.
I think that's a good idea. And I also remember what Representative Tanner was speaking to, that they're, in my high school, in Woodsville High School, they're making canoes right in the high school out of fiberglass and wood strippers and all that, that they race with. And that's certainly not a CTE center, but it's also utilizing what's out there on the internet to help them design and even, you know, to market some of those canoes that they're making. So there's a lot to this that goes well beyond just CT, I think.
So I just kind of had this epiphany, thinking again about my colleague here dealing with security, et cetera. We're not dealing with second and third graders here.
Yeah.
We're dealing with people who are getting ready to go to the workforce. And so although I want to be concerned about that, about security, et cetera, the age group that we're focusing in here these are folks who are just getting ready to go out into the workforce. And there are risks when you turn on that computer, regardless of what you're going to do. And so I don't know where I came with that, but I was just thinking that these are almost adults here we need to be concerned. I'm not denying that, but we also have to think about what the age group is that we're dealing with here. And so, just wanted to share my opinion.
And we also have to, though, watch out for the computer is owned by the school district and the liability that hangs with the school district for allowing something to occur, or that may come back to hit the school district as a result of the parent being ripped off over what happened, or the kid themselves. So there's a lot to this particular issue. I think it's wise that we form a small subcommittee on this right now and find people that would like to work on this and get a hold of Jeff Beard and try to square it away. Because we all agree, I think the
Would be
intent
great.
is wonderful. We just have to make sure our data is protected and we're allowing access to what
I
we need.
nominate Muriel.
Who'd like to work with, is there anybody here who'd like to actively work on it
Muriel.
into this that would want to come in? So I see two down there.
Muriel.
Okay, if those are, before you head out of here today, would you please come over and give us your names right here, and we'll record those, and then we'll set a meeting with Jeff Beard, get going on this, and hopefully we can have this come back to us quickly
want it,
here,
Patty?
because we have to be expedient on this.
You're on the
Kids need it.
CTE, I think that would be.
Okay, I think
Can
that-
I just ask that this get done as soon as possible? Because all of the CTEs are so concerned because so many students aren't being able to get their credentials and able to access the platforms that they need to. I think it's ITs in districts that aren't recognizing that it's being used as career platforms and they can't separate from social platforms, which is the problem. And I think they need legislation to tell them to do
Yeah, and I
that.
think it'd be important that we pick somebody out of IT over at DOE to help us out as well. Jeff's great on a lot. You and I have both met and worked with him. He's fantastic, but let's get somebody that's into this. Yeah. How do you spell his last name? Okay. Yeah, okay.
But we also need somebody who's familiar with the law, because some of these, like this one part with the CTEs, neither one of those places is the right place to put it. So we need to figure out where to put it.
So we have access to DOE attorneys over there
Right,
at the
so we
same
need
time.
them too.
Yeah.
Jeff Beard had been forwarded information to Ms. Brown.
Yes, Elizabeth Brown's already been involved with this, so she's an attorney over DOE, so she can work with us on this as well. I got the memo here from her. So with that, we're finished what we had to do today. Let's talk about what we're doing in the next week here, so everybody's on the same wavelength. We did receive a new bill today. It's 218, as I mentioned this morning, SB 218. We have to have a hearing on that bill. I had to take mine off the web earlier today. They haven't been delivered to us. 218. The bill is let's see. There you go. Establishing an early educator professional development grant. And the bill establishes in the Department of Education an early educator professional development grant program to award school districts funds for their local professional development master plans. A mouthful. So that has to be put in the docket here, and looking at where we are, we do have an exec session scheduled on 4/25. We also, on 4/19. On 4/19, that's Wednesday at 10 o'clock. We had SB 135, 215, 216, and 272. And anything that came out of this that we didn't do today would be latched on there. I'm looking at, we're going to have in Reps Hall a very busy day on the 18th with 272. That's the parent rights bill. I'm not going to exec that bill the next day. I'm going to let things sort of simmer down a little bit And then we will come back and we'll exec that bill on 4/25. That'd be April 25th when we're doing 266. That's the one we got the side by side. And so we'll put in 272 on that day and 218 as a hearing. We're gonna have that hearing on 218. And then we, if we could possibly exec it on that same day, or we may have to come back and exec that at a later date. So on top of that, we're going to have this subcommittee right here. Now, I've got McDonald, Cordelli, Hall, Lekes, and Belcher. Were there anybody else over here that wanted to join in that? That we have to get a time when Jeff and Liz are available? Patty? Okay, thank you.
Rick, on scheduling, did I hear correctly that the EFA Oversight Committee was canceled for the 17th?
Yes.
Do we have a date that it's been established?
I don't believe so.
Who's chairing that?
I think the
Ward.
Ruth is.
Ruth is, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, but it hasn't been rescheduled.
I haven't seen it.
Okay,
No.
thank you.
Do we know why it was canceled?
I think just workload.
Yeah, I think it's workload. Also on the 17th, we have a work session, we do,
Yeah.
on 266. That's the side-by-side bill dealing with adequacy. And please look that over. I've looked at it since, and every time I look at it, I see something else.
Is there a new one?
Okay. So when we start this time, we're just going to have to go through it, and we're going to have to note things where we see changes and write those changes down. So when we get through, if we have to make amending language or whatever we're going to do with that bill, to me, it's looking like there's so much there, we're almost getting into a retain mode, but we'll have to see. Anything else for the good of the order? Yeah, and that will all appear in the calendar coming up. Yeah. And let's see, 218, that's an early bill. So we got to get that out. That one and 151 were the early bills we got to take care of. So with that, I guess we're done for the day. Anything else? No, we're good.
Was there a minority report on SB 155?
Yes, like us.
Yes. That's,
I'll make copies of this.
Anybody else?